I am all right.
Are you less tired?
I'm
No.
tired, but my uterus is trying to murder me, so
Oh, okay.
Don't let it do it.
I will probably be stoned in a bit.
All right.
Yeah.
Um.
That just reminds me of that.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll go ahead and get this one horse show on the road.
Oh yeah.
So are we streaming? Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you
Fuck.
both streaming?
No, God no, freak.
What?
That'd be amazing.
Streamception, stream and stream.
All right.
Which stream do we follow? Yes.
Both. Yes. Double the profits.
More like half. No, no, I don't know. You can't. You can't divide by 0. So.
No, Kyle. That's our followers.
It's both. Okay, so last week in SteamWorld Forge, let's see. Over the last couple sessions, there's been some doozies. You found your guys' selves transported to hell. Was it a TPK? Who knows? But you're back now. So after finding yourselves in Avernus and finding yourselves amongst an eclectic band, I guess you could call it, some strange events that seem to have been occurring. You had managed to track down, finally, the demonic cell that was operating from underneath the butcher's shop in Bosk. After dispatching the threat within the butchery, you made your way below ground into the caverns, where you found a portal to somewhere. And you managed to fight back the forces of evil. Unfortunately, it came at a pretty significant cost to your party. You did manage to survive, mostly, dragging your unconscious and remaining crew members behind you in an attempt to escape from the soon-to-explode cavern. During this, there was some lightning, to which something appeared. After Levi, you got to have a little bit of one-on-one time with the succubi, and you were given some information. And it also seemed that maybe some of that was true, as it seemed these demons were in fact hunting Gary for some reason. However, you guys were, after dispatching these foes and dealing with this, you were seemingly rescued by a plate armor-clad individual, toting around a great sword in the company of devils. They brought you back to their base camp somewhere in Avernus, and healed and resurrected your party members, and enlisted your help in destroying and setting back some of the war effort of the abyssal forces that seem to be wreaking havoc across the Nine Hells. You succeeded. You stole a forklift and had a high/low speed chase out from within the Soul Gem factory of Elrithanax after slaying the overseer Inax. And finding the dowsing rods that were being created at this facility that were tracking Gary by way of a vial of his blood that was taken by a 4-armed demon, which Lance turned into a pincushion while he was manacled and arrested. I guess that's not the right word, but I can't think of it. Dispatching that foe, at least. You made it out with some soul gems and some items. Bill inadvertently set off a death bomb, and very nearly took out the party again. You did manage to sneak your way through the facility, though, and escape in the chaos that followed. Torgoth remained behind to help the resistance, known as the Amkaheteret, and in service of the Damish, the Yoresh Damati, sorry, or is he has also been called the Exile. You learned that supposedly Gary was the sole surviving member of Asmodeus's bloodline. And that the general to Gary's father and mother usurped the rulers before kind of throwing the Nine Hells into chaos as like in the midst of a demonic invasion. So now the resistance is attempting to fight back against the ever-encroaching demonic forces into the Nine Hells, as well as dealing with a severe lack of leadership from the traitorous fiend known as Balfagor, to which Torgoth seems to have had some previous dealings, as he himself seemed to have been usurped by this individual. His claim on his title being revoked to become the right-hand guard of the reigning rulers of the Nine Hells. So, as you departed, Torgoth said his goodbyes, remaining in the company of a paladin in devotion to Tyr but serving paladin at the moment, made manifest and working in conjunction with the Devil's Resistance. They transported you back where you now arrive. Kind of that tumbling sensation as you feel yourselves once more traveling via teleportation. A quick aside, as you all kind of appear back in Bosk. The towering trees, it is nighttime. The air is cool, but still humid and sticky, as you're kind of used to. Bill, you, as everyone's kind of, you find yourself kind of stopping for a moment. You feel that pop, that rush of air, that churning of your stomach, lifting through your throat. And you feel yourself kind of tumble into a pile. Kind of limbs and legs kind of all intertwined as you kind of pull back from a mouthful of sandy brown hair. You manage to extricate yourself as the other figure kind of stands up, looks back towards you, and come on. We'll be just in time for supper. You feel that that slow heartbeat, that like time dilation slow as ice just seems to course through your veins. And you're not sure if it's excitement or fear. Probably both. Well, come on! You stop and you feel yourself speak, staring like towards this young man with his sandy brown hair, his kind of lighter skin, tanned, clothes kind of disheveled from the sudden apparition that you find yourself kind of extricated from. You say, he's going to flay us alive. If he catches us. The other figure. He won't. Trust me. Tag will keep him busy. Old Bill won't even know we've gone. You feel the cold bite of the wind hit you as it whips by, your breath making thick white plumes, almost as white as the blanket of snow covering the trees and fields surrounding you. You say, how will they know when to come back? Or how will they know when to bring us back? Would you stop worrying? Mom'll have dinner ready. And I don't know about you, but I could use a real meal. He begins taking off, just running down the snow-covered cobblestone path that has been quickly shoveled away. You run along behind him for a short bit. You feel that breath, ragged, it's biting, that chill. Definitely not dressed for the occasion. Is it always this cold? The figure in front of you. Mostly. He just keeps off in a half jog down the cobblestone paths, through into a tight-knit village of frosted windows and icicles that hang down almost to the ground in these thin, long spears of ice. You can see thin rivulets of water straining down as the heat from the day begins to kind of subside as the sun begins to set. Nestled among all these little houses and cottages, you make your way to one. As you arrive, the smell of fresh bread and a warm meal feels like a punch to the gut as your stomach begins to churn and gurgle. The figure in front of you kind of musing to themselves. Giants might be dicks, but at least they knew how to cook. You hear like a door begin to open as the handle turns. But again, you pause, finding yourself mesmerized. The most beautiful woman you've ever laid eyes upon, just inside through the frost-tinted window of the cabin. And the world seems to come to a standstill as she meets your gaze, muttering something, but you can't hear it. Auburn hair and loose wavy curls, a flowing simple dress, fair skin speckled with a hint of freckles. The door opens and you hear the singing trail off. No karma do him. She drops the knife and the towel that she's holding and rushes forward to the door as Migosh enters through into the front of the cabin. She embraces him. God, I was just wondering about you. Migosh begins to step into the interior of the cabin. Pauses and kind of looks back. Godsmen, You going to stand there freezing your ass off the whole time gawking at my sister, or are you coming in? You feel that cold breeze sweep past, followed by the humid, sickly, sweet, earthy air once more as you're standing surrounded by familiar faces as you all kind of land in this space. The slow gurgling churn of the forklift signaling your arrival back in Bosk. What are you guys doing?
All right. First things first. We should probably find out what day it is.
Here's a secondary question. We're all there and cognizant, right?
Yeah.
And I fell.
When-
but I'm still on the ground.
Yeah, you kind of like tumble, but you manage to like pick yourself up, like snapping out of this
When
reverie.
she says "me gosh," who does Dagon look at?
No. Not
We weren't
nobody
there for
else
that.
sees it. Nobody else sees it.
Oh,
It's all. It's
that's
like
that's
yeah,
what I
it's
thought.
just for Bill. Yeah, like it's that kind of stomach churning.
Okay,
you
that
know,
that's what I was wondering. Like,
in your throat sort of feeling of like a sudden drop and a stop, just for whatever reason, calls to mind a very vivid memory of a feeling like very very similar to that.
yeah, that's what I thought at first. But then you were like, "What are you guys doing?" I was like, "Oh shit,
Yeah.
we're part of this."
But that's why I said, and like as you like find yourselves back in Bosk, like him
Okay,
snapping
yeah.
out of his
Okay.
reverie, as the rest of you kind of
Perfect.
stand there in the like market area of Bosk.
Is there anyone else around us? Vendors, people, anybody?
Didn't make a perception check. Sure.
When we rested for the night, did Arrow have a chance to put Inspector Gadget's robot arm on?
Not yet.
No, I
No.
did not.
Nice.
I was
21.
waiting.
21. Okay. You do see people around with a 21. You also notice that in the center, stones have been kind of started to like pull out, and you can see there is where there was just like smoking rubble of the well. It's not smoking any longer, and it has been cleaned up, but you can still see damage and dings for where rocks kind of smashed windows, and on one side there's like a porch where the ceiling is kind of partially collapsed, and there's where something heavy kind of fell through and crushed down. So you can still see that like it's there and kind of like under construction.
All right, whoever the closest person is to me. Hey, you. What day is it?
What day is it on your calendar?
How many days did we spend in hell? Like how many long rests?
So
Two.
we don't necessarily know if that's correct.
Okay,
So
so one-
what was the last day that we were in town?
Yeah, what was the last day that you were in?
I have us as the 8th of Azran.
So
So today should be the 12th because we spent
Well, that's 4 days.
that should be 11. 11.
or maybe because we spent.
It should either be a
got
10
there,
or 11, depending on how
we rested,
long.
and how
Yeah.
from when we initially arrived and we got the party revived to getting to the factory. How long did that take? Was that like 1 day or?
I would say it's probably been about 2 days total versus like for total time of preparation.
We've had technically
everything else.
2 long rests, but we don't know
Yeah.
how
Yeah,
much.
I'd say
in between was that.
it's been like a full 2 days.
Okay, so yeah, I'm fairly certain it should be the 12th.
Okay. Kind of like coming out and looking, Lance, like the sky is there's some clouds. You don't remember it being cloudy, but there are a few like couple scattered clouds in the dark sky above, like that you can just barely see poking through like the tree limbs. Like it's enough to mark a like slight distinction. It's the 9th.
You fucking sure? You don't sound very confident.
Yeah, well, it's almost the 10th. Well, it might be the 10th now. It's very late.
Do you have a job?
Yes, it's been a long day.
You should probably know what day it is.
Well, it was the 9th, and now I'm pretty sure it's the 10th.
So it's like midnight?
A little after, yes.
So
Oh.
we lost like a day and a half.
Not tight. We're older
So-
than we should be.
Yeah.
What?
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
So, for clarification, I'll say you are all at least kind of now semi-experienced with traveling to different planes. Sometimes causes unexpected results. I would say you're all fairly intelligent enough to come to the conclusion that you were there 2 days, but only 1 day has elapsed.
Okay. Sweet. Thanks, man. Go get some sleep. You look like you need it.
Oh, thank you.
We also had like no sense of time. And how
Yeah,
Yeah, because there wasn't like any
there's no-
sunrise fall or any of that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, like a biological clock's like tells you that it's been about 2 days. Like that's that, from the amount of time that you've slept or tried to sleep and that you've spent preparing, it feels like it's been a couple days.
So table talk here. What were we doing? So we met up with our friend. He told us about
And-
the people. We went to go investigate those people. Told the
We're
people,
supposed-
and then what were we supposed to be doing when we first got here?
We're supposed to check back in with the prime of the results of our investigation, and we should also check back in with that guy and be like, hey, we somewhat found the people.
Yeah. Okay.
So
You
we have to check in with them.
So I think it might have gotten glossed over, just due to time constraints and everything. A couple of the people that were just outright murdered, were a couple people matching the description,
When we were in the cave.
when you were in the cave. Yeah.
Follow-up question: did we like just take a long rest? Like, how many hours since like we physically take a long rest?
We pretty much
I
left
think
the next day after taking a long rest.
So like we are
Yes.
very fresh at this point, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So why don't we go check on the kobolds and Phantasmal, Cosmos,
Phasmus.
horny guy, and then I know Carrie said he wanted to take a bath, so why don't we go do that real quick? Because I doubt we're gonna talk to the king dude now.
We should probably get this like devilish vehicle out of sight too.
It is definitely turning some heads. It's like very kind of like there is.
It's the edgiest forklift
How many
ever.
heads are there to
Yeah,
turn
like
after
there's
midnight?
a lot of like mismatch like culture vibes going on in Bosk, but
Is it like
this like
Mad
specific
Max?
it is very Mad Max.
Mad
and
Max and Lord of the Rings.
Yes, kind of like like you've got like your Safari and you've got your goblins that are like very much like tinkerers, and then you have like some kind of human architectural elements from just the kind of proximity that they have kind of with the very like kind of hobgoblin like Adobe kind of establishments that kind of spread around all over the place. Like there is just a smorgasbord of cultures being represented here, but one of these things is not like any of the others. It is like the most like horrific gothic piece of equipment just kind of slowly chugging and trundling through the town, definitely turning some heads.
Worry not, people. My blind son Tinker, I asked for a wheeled chair, and this is what he sent me.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes.
Or a
So,
deception. That would be a
also-
deception check.
Are you trying to convince people that your son's name is Tinker, or that's his occupation?
It's his occupation. He's a blind tinker.
My blind son
22.
Tinker.
22. Okay, there's some like you hear
Like
like a
blind
bunch of
tinkers.
muttering. Yeah, like people kind of like write it off in a way that's like you see them looking, so you kind of like come up with this bullshit story, and they're kind of like, okay, like, but
I
still
also
like really
hobble-
quizzical, like
I hobble to the forklift and have them and ride on it.
just like sit there and kind of like put your arms over the forklift arms, and you just kind of like Gary just just trundle on like this roiling blue-black smoke, like almost tinged with violet, kind of like roiling out of like these twin tailpipes that sweep around the back. It's and there's like this like really odd like ghostly wail that seems to accompany it. It is
This is
Yeah.
the shit.
yeah, and there's just like these skulls and like like with horns that come sweeping off the side that have been like cast in pewter like on it. It's like all it needs is like a death metal band playing, and nobody would pay it any other attention. It's like something that you would expect to see like at a Slayer concert, but in the middle of a forest community, it's kind of at odds here.
Don't get my son's flamboyant.
He's also going through a phase.
you hear a multitude of conversations that you can't quite make out, like as you're passing by, of just like people whispering and muttering as you like over and over repeat yourself.
And we're going like 2.5 miles per hour.
It's like, yeah, it's not incredibly fast.
Oh, this is good for my back. Dear God, get me to the goddamn ship as quick as you can. I'm in so much pain.
Yeah. As you pass the butcher shop, it is like roped off, and there's guards all the way around it, and you can see currently a excavation process happening like off to the side of the building, where there has been a like cave in, and then you can also see the destruction of the building. There's like one wall on the side of the building that's like partially blown out, and it's kind of been broken away, and people are kind of going back and forth, and there's like a line of wheelbarrows being trundled along, and earth and stone is kind of being like upturned, and kind of like they're trying to clear out whatever cave in kind of happened. As you're not very surreptitiously making your way through town, a individual that you guys recognize kind of turns and looks in your direction, and begins like slowly jogging over, to kind of intercept you as you kind of do your best to keep going.
Walk and talk, walk and talk.
You guys recognize, or at least Harrow and Lance, you recognize this individual as the one that had been previously mind controlled, that you had set free, one of the Silvari guards. Looks haggard, really beat to shit. Doesn't look like he's slept very well or really had much time to mend over the past day. You can see like these dark like bruises that like against his kind of like semi-translucent green skin, they look like when an avocado has been left to oxidize, like these just massive bruises all over his body. His face looks gaunt. His like mossy hair that it like this like there is kind of this texture like where his head almost kind of like turns into like it almost looks like bark. Like there is this odd like a barkish texture, and there's like moss that kind of like grows out the back. Or maybe it's hair, but it kind of looks like moss in the empty kind of like tree stump sort of thing kind of growing out, and his hair is like disheveled and kind of like pushed to the side. It's matted like down, and it kind of like glitters with remnants of like the silvery kind of honey colored blood just kind of smeared into an almost gel like kind of substance now that's kind of like splattered across him, kind of like staining his clothes. We've been working around the clock. I didn't think anyone else made it out.
Well,
But
we got
what?
sidetracked. Sorry.
Well, like you guys keep going, like you don't even stop. He's like kind of having to jog slightly to keep up with the forklift. Might we have a word?
We just got back into town and kind of have to go like check on our kobolds and ship and stuff, and then we have to go meet with the Bright Queen. So you're welcome to tag along, and we can
No.
walk and talk.
The prime.
The prime.
Ah, sorry.
Just hop on the forklift.
Also, I'm sorry, I have a fucking nose hair that like is bugging the shit out of me right now. So that's why I'm off screen acting like a fucking crazy person.
You just like every time you breathe, you feel it just.
Yeah, it's fucking killing. I even have like little nose hair trimmers. I tried that
You,
shit.
like-
it's fucking not gone. I don't know what the hell's going on in my nose.
Now
It's
there's
killing
nothing
me.
there, and then.
Yeah.
Like,
Like,
just,
I don't know what's going on. It's killing me
Yeah.
right now. So
Yeah,
sorry if I'm a little erratic right now. A little more than normal, I guess.
Could it be a mustache hair?
No, like
no,
I even have the
it's like
fucking
a
like
little,
yeah, I
little
even have like
hair,
little
like,
fucking Night of the Roxbury clipper things that go up your nose, and I tried that and fucking I don't know what's going on. There's like a little gremlin in there tickling my fucking nose. It's killing me. Exactly. I just like plug it up so this one doesn't fucking like move.
Yeah, hop on the forklift, bro. Take a load off. Looks like you need it.
You see him like he's torn. Like there is a sense of duty, but then like needs to eventually just like hops on.
Dude, I've seen you motherfuckers like fly jump. Just chill. You can always get back here in like 2 seconds.
Plus, if you get questioned, you can always say you're interrogating witnesses, or
Oh, that makes us look like the bad guy, jackass.
I just said dak ass.
Well, he's kind of like at a loss for words. First things first. What is this?
This is a
Our new
world?
forklift?
A group? What are you talking about? Sword? What are questions? Did I
Like
get it right?
he just kind of like taps the forklift.
Oh, that's
Our
metal.
new
It's a forklift.
For our ship?
that's
The
currently
gift
being
from a very
repurposed as
eccentric friend of
as
ours.
a wheelchair.
This came from your ship.
Yeah, it's
No,
going
we
to
go
our ship.
To our ship.
Where did such a unique piece of equipment?
Oh, we just came from town square.
I told you.
A factory.
Like I got bombarded with 3 different answers.
Please elaborate.
So we were in the town square, and now we're not.
Yes, and you were, or so we all thought, buried under thousands of pounds of earth.
We got buried.
Yeah, but there was actually like a portal down there, which is how all the demons were getting through.
Yes, I remember that.
Yep. So we went through that.
Are they all dead?
Yes. Well, the ones that
As
we care
know.
about.
The ones that made the excursion out here.
Yeah, the ones that are on this side.
Elaborate.
Well,
Of the
they
he
were
means
alive
this side of
on this side. Now they're
There's
not.
more.
Not
I
on
mean,
this
obviously, I know that there's more, but they're
far, far away, somewhere very different from here.
are
Presumably.
they? Is there a threat that they come through soon?
side. Not unless you have more of those little,
No.
Yes.
yeah, those little, structure thingies. Why can't I think of the word arch? Shit.
You all should do a better job of getting your story straight.
Well, technically,
Well,
what we're saying
He
is all
says
true.
no. She said yes.
My hip hurts.
It's
He's obviously someone's grandfather and should not even be here.
we
We've
don't
been telling them
know
that for months.
yet. We need more information. It's one of those things where it could be yes, it could be no. We don't know enough.
Depends on one certain point of view.
Also, it's like, are we gonna get attacked by demons again? Well, you mean like this week? Probably not. It's like, is the world ever gonna get attacked by demons again? Well, obviously, duh.
Also,
So
maybe
it can be
next
both
time.
yes and no at the same time.
Also, maybe next time you have a band of extremely good-looking adventurers come to your town and say, "Hey, be careful! There's a bunch of fucking demons around here. Maybe do something about it."
Well, it's not exactly his fault. He was.
No, I mean not you, but like tell your boss.
I found myself in quite the predicament. I wanted to thank you for releasing me from their clutches.
Glad that we could help.
Totally welcome.
Were they
How are you feeling, by the way? You're somehow not dead.
terrible?
Also, I kind of stabbed you. I feel bad knowing that you're like a normal person, but you weren't before, so don't hold that against me.
Like, yeah, it's just massive, like, bloody bruise, like, down his side, where you stabbed him. It'll mend. I hope. They hadn't got to me yet.
Oh, hold on. Not you, dude. Hera.
What do you want?
Give him one of the demon's blood. It's supposed to heal him, but we don't know what the fuck it does. So maybe it'll, like, make him feel better. But also, like, we could see if he, like, changes to a demon or something.
I don't think it's a good idea to experiment on someone who just went through some terrible shit.
Well, do you want to take it? Because I fucking don't.
I think we should spend some more time with it. I really don't want to either, but I mean,
I thought it was called Devil's Blood. Devil's Blood?
Even devil matter, remember?
Demon's blood.
It could be
Demon's
could be
Blood?
Devil's Blood. But again, this is Lance we're talking about.
Yeah. So
Demon
either way,
is
I'm
demon's
correct.
blood.
Demon's Blood.
It's demon's blood.
And wrong at the same time.
Sorry, there's so many like that are very similar to one another, and they call things are named very similarly because that's the way things are named.
All right.
Nobody makes fancy names for shit. So
Still in Hera's mind.
What about Bobby? Bobby's like, first of all, he's old, so if he dies, like, fucking sucks, but, old guy. Second of all, he's a paladin, so maybe he has, like, better chance of fighting that shit off.
Maybe we just wait a couple days and think about it in a bit.
Alright.
And, like, this whole time, like, Lance is, like, really focused, like, trying to talk in his mind because he doesn't really know how it works. And the guard dude just, like, staring at him, being weird-faced.
yeah, like glancing. There's like some odd like eye glances between like Harrow and Lance, and then the thing, and so he's just kind of watching.
Sorry, dude, I was, doing math. What were you asking again?
Haru just face palms.
Make a deception check.
Let's see. I don't know if this is gonna be good. It is not. That's a 6.
Right.
We would definitely like to ask you some questions about what you experienced down there and if you overheard anything or remember anything. Is there some time tomorrow we could do this?
That would probably be better. I'm also supposed to report to the Prime.
How do we do that? Because we are supposed to as well.
Oh yeah,
Just
Clyde.
kind of like make your way. I assume that one's yours, and he kind of like points towards your ship.
Yeah, that's exact. Yeah.
I'll be back tomorrow morning, and when you're ready, I can take us.
Sweet. What was your name, man?
I am Ramik. You can call me Rami.
Jami?
Rami.
Rami.
Like-
Alright. Rami, it was good talking to you. You're still more than welcome to like come hang out with us. We have like alcohol and food on the ship.
We
Just-
also have a good bathtub.
Oh yeah, you and Garrett can take a bath together.
It's like a
Nope,
spa.
this is definitely a solo bath day. Sorry about me.
I share the same sentiment. If you don't mind, I still have work to oversee. I will find you tomorrow.
Maybe
Take it easy, Rami.
get some sleep, and
We
someone else can take your shift.
Unfortunately, the duties fall to me for the time being.
No sick leave for getting stabbed in the stomach and possessed. You guys have a shitty union.
You don't really do so much if you're short-staffed.
It is more a demand of station. I'll explain tomorrow.
Okay.
You all look like I feel. I hope your evening goes better.
Thank you.
Lance is slightly
And-
offended.
Just so you know, you are being watched.
Oh,
I should fucking hope so.
Again.
Okay. Just
Also, wait, if it's not too much to ask, while you guys are excavating whatever it was down there, if you happen across an arm, can you just kindly return it to me, please?
It like pauses for a second. That might take some time.
As he
Good
turns
night.
around,
Just like very uncomfortable, like at the moment.
We do
We'll
that
keep
like
looking.
super awkward goodbye where we say goodbye, but then I start lowering the forklift and it's just slowly bringing him back down to the ground, and like there's that awkward silence for a minute.
Mm-hmm. He turns, leaves, hits the ground, drops a coin, and just launches himself through the air. It's a
Right.
little. You've seen some of the other ones do it. This one, not so graceful. There is kind of a lopsided arc to it, and you can see him kind of like just ever so slightly move in the wrong direction, and you watch him kind of like almost completely lose control, like cartwheeling off the side, but regains and kind of haphazardly kind of drops back beyond some tree, like beyond the tree line that you can't see anymore.
have we seen them
Slice
use
that.
coins before last? Like before?
What's that?
Have
Yeah,
they always used
every
cones?
time.
Coins?
They all. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Huh, I
And
didn't
you
catch
can
on to
see,
that.
like down in the ground, there is a like circular coin. It's not stamped with any insignia. Like it is just like
Gonna pick it up.
You have to kind of like work and dig it out of the ground, but easy enough to do eventually. It just takes you a couple minutes.
Okay, I'll take it and then see what arrow can divine from.
You know, you kind of look like that dude,
later.
you know, on the side, like, you know, that finds a quarter on the sidewalk
Like
and
getting
you go grab
pranked.
it. Yeah, but it's like glued, so you got to sit there and like, well, fuck that. I'm not letting these win kind of pull out a dagger and like dig into the ground before popping it out, and it's sunk in a good 3 or 4 inches just from the like velocity where it sunk in. But when you get it, like wipe it, it's just this perfectly like smooth coin. There's no like royal stamping or insignia or writing or anything on it. It's just like a very like simple iron coin.
Interesting. All right, head back to the ship.
Yeah, I'm assuming our ship has like a ramp or gangplank that it can
Yeah.
set
It's
down
like a
that we can
loading
drive
bay.
the.
Yeah. Kind of like. So now that you come back to your ship, you do see it. It is not technically impounded, but you do see kind of roots intertwined, like holding it like in place. Like the roots of like the nearby trees from the docks seem to kind of reach out and grab it and twist around and kind of it's just like sitting there holding it. Not
looking at. Are there any other ships here?
There's a couple. There's not.
Are they
like,
also? Is it like a docking mechanism where that's how all the ships
it
are
is.
kind of?
It is in fact the docking mechanism. Like when you look around, you can see that it's like the like vines and tendrils kind of reach out and grab and kind of lower
that's
and
really
pull the
fucking
ship
cool.
back in. Although on your ship there are more than a handful of these tethers, whereas the other ones that there's a few. You guys have a few more, so it's like it's a little different. So
Well, we
it's
have a nicer
like,
ship, so
whereas
there's more security.
yeah, it definitely seems like it's a suggestion of don't leave.
Well, on the bright side, that could make it getting this thing up there a lot easier. Hopefully.
As we're on our way over, I will rocky docky Phasmus.
Oh, Phasmus, get the docking bay open. We got some fucking new toys.
Short moment later, and the mid bay of your ship like slides open, and a walkway is extended down onto an adjacent platform that you guys can kind of trundle up from the ground with your forklift.
We'll chug a lug our way up there.
Is this forklift also ran on soul gems?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It's got about 3/4 of a charge still. Phasmus just kind of sitting there at the end, like holding like the control box for the ship, just kind of wide-eyed confusion. Welcome back.
Thanks.
And new toys, I see.
Yeah, totally.
Should I ask?
I mean,
Best
go
not
on.
to. At least not without a stiff drink.
Oh yeah, can we get some of those?
He just kind of holds the button. The gangplank, like the plank returns, and the door like pneumatically seals as you trundle up back into the interior loading bay. Your guys' steam cycles are stowed away and kind of like lashed down in this compartment as well. Like the forge is off, just kind of like burning away. Like adjacently as well, Harrow. So it's like everything's still, it's only been a couple days. So, or I
Not
think it's only been
been
a
like
day.
a day,
It's been
a day and a half or
yeah,
so.
So not much has changed. Yeah.
Not caring much about explaining things to Phasmus. I immediately go down to the galley, grab a bottle of equivalent to whiskey,
Oh,
and then go to the kobolds.
So you walk into the galley, and as you walk in, Phasmus is in the process of like kind of stumbling over his words as you kind of like burst through the door into the kitchen. And you can see that everything has been put back, but there are scratches and a door hinge is broken and one of the doors is kind of like hanging off slightly. Like the place looks like it's been tossed and then like it's in the process of getting put back together. We had an incident.
What the fuck? Pop! Get your ass down here!
What kind of incident?
All right, was it police or was it that fucking blood fly?
What the hell happened?
No. Hold on. And kind of here.
Come here.
Like crating a cage behind him. He kind of like disappears for a moment. You hear him kind of like set this crate down, and inside is one of those abyssal chickens. It ate a lot of stuff.
Pop, what the fuck? We told you can have pets. Only if you take care of them.
I don't think it was them. I think it escaped in the debacle the other day.
Like, when we went down to hell?
So,
When the chickens attacked us on the ship,
yes.
it was a stowaway.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And it got into your provisions.
Is this the only one?
We scoured the ship. It's the only one we found.
So why the fuck is it alive instead of being dead?
We decided it would be best to leave it to your discretion.
I'm gonna pull out my sword.
Lance, do you think you can make a freaking saute out of its blood?
Fucking hope so. Looks like they have the fucking stock.
And then, Levi, you recall your explosions that you had while captive. And the...
Maybe he doesn't want to eat this thing.
Yeah, the rancid smelling meat of these chickens that was being used in the butchery and being sold. Probably. I mean,
I'm gonna
definitely eat it.
I'm gonna set my sword like in one of the things, like getting ready to stab it. Look at Pop.
Do you want this thing as a pet?
Yeah.
No.
Are you gonna take care of it?
He didn't ask you. Yes. We want it.
Call the others down here.
It just whistles, and then... They let us keep it? Yeah?
Hey, keep it in your room. Don't take it out of the cage.
Wait. No.
No what?
I'm not keeping that
Yeah.
thing on the ship.
No, why?
Because when we are out on sea and it gets really hot, that thing's gonna smell. Trust me.
Dude, it already smells. It's just gonna be in their room. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, we smell, so...
You really think you want to have the smell of rotting carcass spread throughout the entire ship? It's gonna seep into the wood.
It's like home.
Alright, boys, he's kind of got a point. If it's gonna get worse, I don't know if we should keep it.
But please?
What? How
Does
about
it
this?
smell bad now?
A little bit.
Okay.
How about this? You feed this guy to your little fly friend.
Which smells worse?
I have better idea. They kind of like converse. We're gonna need more pets.
Fuck you mean you don't need more pets?
Well, how we make them all fight if we only have 2?
That's not pets. That's not what you do with pets.
Yes, it is.
You guys can get pets, but you cannot make them fight each other.
Then what good pets?
Asmus, how many times have the kobolds left the ship?
I mean, other than eat.
I guess you don't really understand the concept of pets.
In the last 24 hours, 6 times.
You know
Yeah.
of?
That we know of. Nuh-uh. We no go anywhere.
So you didn't.
How many pets do you currently have?
Just this one.
Considering the fact that
I
we
probably-
know that they have another one.
Just smack him.
If I still had it, I'd bet
Just-
my arm that they found a
Ow!
freaking underground fighting ring.
Why? How slap?
How many pets do you have?
Just this one.
All right,
What
we're going to
happens
your
to
Also
the
room.
the
one?
fly.
What other one?
The fly.
What fly?
Did you guys fucking let the fly go?
No,
Then where's the fly?
it left.
What do you mean it left?
It gone. We don't let it
How?
out, right? They all. I
So
mean,
if I go to your room right now,
they
there's
don't
not
know
gonna
whether
be
to
a-
like say yes or no.
if I go to your room right now, there's not going to be a fly in a cage.
No, see, and like he kind of like holds open like the little tarp that he's got like draped down his side, like where there's a cage and it's empty.
Crispy,
Fuck.
question for you.
No.
Did you have pets? And did you have them fight each other?
Well, no, because we only had one.
And you sure you wouldn't have them fight each other for training purposes, right?
Yes.
I'm going to your guys' room.
I'll start walking towards their door.
No, that's off limit.
Oh, not today.
He's just going, it's a fucking disaster. There's just shit everywhere. Like, just the trunk, their things are just scattered all over the place. Like, you can't, like, move without, like, kicking past, like, all their clothes and their items and their trinkets and just other things that they seem to have acquired. Either some things look familiar, like there's pots and pans from the galley that are now, like, hidden in their room. There's also just, like, weird rocks and trinkets that you don't recall seeing that are now here. There is one wall that's now painted black, and then the rest of the paint you find later that is just spilled everywhere, all over the floor, and then the bed has been like haphazardly moved over it. And then little black paw prints like all over the fucking place.
With my imagination and your recreation, I have such a vivid image of what this fucking place looks like.
It's a disaster. It is
First-
amazing what 4 kobolds can get up to in less than 24 hours,
So for
even while being supervised.
right, so for a 5 apparently to investigation, do I see any more pets?
No, you do not.
Okay.
I think it's a given that none of us trust them at all. Like, we don't have any more pets. It's somewhere on this ship. We just haven't found it.
Harold, can you build a better cage and lock for this fucking chicken?
I mean,
Can't we just kill the chicken and be done with it?
Dude, it's their pet. I don't want to fucking kill their pet in front of them.
maybe it accidentally dies later.
No, it has to die in battle.
Okay, it'll die in battle.
I'll
Then
fight
battle
it.
Exactly.
No, we're too strong for chicken. But like they kind of like back up, like
definitely don't want to do it.
they don't want to fight it. Yeah.
I'll fight it. I'm missing an arm. It's a handicap.
That's a good deal. All right, shut the door. Levi, come in here. And so before this happens, Anybody want to bet?
Wait, but
If Levi dies to a chicken, I'm not going back to hell to rescue him again.
we have the tub.
So Levi and Gary, just so you're aware, you guys are feeling real terrible after.
Oh, we still got the
resurrection
resurrection.
ordeal. Yeah, yeah. So
Hold on, minus 4 to everything.
For everything.
everything.
Yeah.
Maybe we could let him keep it and revisit this battle idea later.
yeah, we talk about tomorrow.
Harold, do you have an extra lock?
We being us all, not just the 4 of you. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we meant.
Good. I'm glad we can find that understanding.
Is there like
Actually, I don't have an
Who
extra
this
one.
guy? Why he think he boss?
is there like a metal bar or something around, like laying around?
Yeah,
this
you
chaos?
can find something.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to grab a metal bar and like twist it around the opening where like the gate is, so they can't pick the
Okay.
lock. So
I mean it's okay. Make a strength check. I'll get a piece of like heavy, like rebar or something. From Harrow's
plus
shop.
8, 17.
Yeah, you managed to kind of like make a pretzel out of it.
All right. Look at me, all of you. Do not take the chicken out.
Well, duh, it ate all our soup. And most everything for soup.
And you still want
God
to keep it.
damn it.
Well, we didn't know it was there.
Fair enough. All right. You didn't
Who
fucking
caught
get caught
the
stealing
chicken?
shit.
Did you guys catch the chicken?
Yes.
His
Phasmus
Phasmus was right there.
kind of chuckles. Technically, they did.
Oh, shit.
Good job.
Although, elaborate schemes.
Yeah, that's kind of their
Sounds like
thing.
them.
They could have just hit it with a pot.
Oh, speaking of pots, Pop, get those fucking pots back in the galley. Why are they even up here?
We make special soup.
I don't want to know. Put them in the sink so I can wash them.
I think we're gonna find a fly in about maybe a day or so.
Can
Not gonna
I
recognize you.
insight or investigation or something to figure out if they were cooking explosives or meth or their
Sure, go ahead.
I like
Make an
how all
insight
of
check.
those are extremely viable options.
19. Oh,
Um,
-4. It's -4 to all my base stats.
So yeah, it's your base stats.
Yes. Base
Okay, so
stats.
-2 to 19, 17.
So you rolled exactly what they did for their deception checks.
Does meet not beat count for skill checks?
They are obviously being very dodgy, as they normally are, but especially when they're like guilty of shit, they get much more evasive. There's a little bit of that. Upon investigation of said pots, absolutely trying to make explosives. To which you look over and you can see scorch marks beyond the black paint that has smeared the wall.
Try to cover up.
God damn it.
In a terrible attempt to cover up their experiments, they tried to paint their room black, spilled the paint, tried to cover that up by scooching their bunk beds over the spill, So it's anybody's best guess. Hear that? That sound of very happy.
The big like satisfied
Get the
sigh
pots
sound.
and all of these tools and meet me up at the hot tub. If
Okay.
you're gonna try to make bombs, you may as well at least learn how to do it safely, so you don't blow up my fucking ship.
They were a little reticent, and then like,
Also,
yeah, and then just like mad dash, grab all the implements. You hear just them drop all the stuff as they like just forget what they're doing and just run off, and
One of
leaving a
them-
trail of tools and pots and stuff behind them as one by one they lose their implements that they were carrying as they make a mad dash upstairs, kind
One
of
them
shoving and pushing past one another.
totally trips over the chicken cage that they're so worried about.
how badly is the forge and the shop rifled through from them?
It is not organized
I
anymore.
was gonna just lock the shit out of everything. And it's not going to stop them because they'll pick the locks.
Yeah, you can see like in there, like where stuff was previously locked, the locks are
Definitely picked.
not so masterfully pried open. Like gouge marks from like pry bars into the cabinets of the ship. It is again amazing the amount of destruction that they have managed to accomplish while being supervised.
We need to have a talk with Phasmus and the crew about what supervision means.
We need to hire a babysitter. We've
We
got
just-
the crew of a ship trying
Yeah.
to babysit 3 malevolent kobolds.
We just need to get that
Not
fucking
wrong.
observatory dude, because he was chill with them. He said he loved having him around.
Yeah.
So,
Or
There was someone stationed watching them at every moment. But yet, someone standing there watching them, noise, banging from somewhere else in the ship. Someone else goes to investigate. And one of them managed to slip past.
Asmus,
They're quite
not
the
angry with you.
handful.
Yep. Well, I'm gonna go spend a couple hours fixing the galley. Come get me if you need me.
I'll go down there and start making a checklist of everything we're missing and organizing shit.
Already paid for some replacement supplies.
Good job, man. Where's the list?
1 second. Me heads off. You kind of go to the galley. He comes back a few moments later and hands you the list.
So, yeah, I'll just kind of double check everything and start
It's
organizing fixing stuff.
it's pretty complete. Yeah, it's pretty complete.
Okay.
Harrow's gonna reorganize the workshop.
All right.
I feel like Harrow should definitely. Oh, sorry. I feel like Harrow should
Levi
definitely
just
be
thinking.
supervising the supervisor when it comes to making bombs, but you know.
Yeah, and also, the rule needs to be that it has to happen inside the workshop because that's at least equipped to handle it.
I 100% thought Gary was just gonna be chilling in the hot tub, being like, "Yeah, you take that one, put some
that's
over
exactly
there."
what I was gonna
Okay.
There's no hot tub in the workshop. That's bullshit.
Lance, you go back to reorganizing your kitchen the way that you had it. The Phasmus and the rest of the crew did a pretty good job of trying to put it back together, but you know, you spend the rest of the time like fixing, you know, taking the doors off, like taking them down to the Harrow, having like Harrow kind of like re-bend out the hinges and like fix things and kind of sand back off some of the boards that have some of the worst scratch parts. Like definitely takes you you know, a good few hours you know, into the middle of the night before exhaustion kind of starts to catch up to you No, because you guys slept, so you're kind
Yeah,
of
we're,
on
like, super
opposite
fresh
sleep
right now.
schedules. Yeah, so you just kind of spend the time knowing that you've got until morning, so you basically just devote, whatever time you want into.
I sleep again. After the kobolds get into the workshop and Harrow takes over, I go get in the hot tub and pass the fuck out.
Okay. A very short-lived bomb building exercise before before like the kobolds start to kind of like lose interest, and Gary just I gotta go to bed. Bill, Levi, what you doing?
I'm going to sleep.
Me too.
Okay.
Also, Gary and Levi both had exhaustion, so they would be sleepy. Hera and I are the only ones that like aren't actually sleepy because Bill died
Yeah.
twice or something like that too.
I still have exhaustion, yeah.
So, unfortunately, you still, like, by time morning comes, even the rest doesn't seem to help. Like, you spend the whole day sleeping, like, you feel a little better, but not much. As in, you can't take, technically 2 long rests in a day. So, like, you sleep, it helps. Like, the rest of just kind of doing nothing helps. But it's definitely like, as like you wake up in the morning, like you just feel like that kind of hungover, groggy, like your mind is cloudy, like you just feel like you're having a hard time. Like it almost feels like, like you're sick. Like you have that like feverish kind of feel to your body. Everything just sucks.
God damn it!
Levi, you find that getting yourself dressed, taking a bath, all these easy things that you used to be able to do are very, very difficult given your injuries.
This is gonna take some getting used to.
Before too long, Phasmus kind of coming back to like waking up, getting relieved by the other like members of the crew. Kind of makes his way down. You have a visitor.
Excellent. Show him in.
Where do you want me to tell him to go?
Do we have a sitting room?
I'm not even sure where I am.
That makes 2 of us.
Show him to the parlor.
Yeah,
Parlay.
you guys have like a living quarters like area where it's like a main room sort of deal. Like a conference room, if you will. Kind of in the it's like in the open like communal space of everyone's like bedrooms. It's like a bar and stuff in there.
Don't we have like a legit conference room? Isn't that where we talked to Phasmos in the first place? Thought we had like a specific room where we had like the meeting of like hiring him and stuff.
I believe you had that conversation with him.
That was before you even got the ship, right?
Before you got the
Yeah.
ship, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was in one of the like local hotels in Brakenstad, I believe. But there is like a conference like area. There's like tables and chairs and stuff in the like bedroom. You know, like outside of the bedrooms, there's like a communal like living space. After a few moments, you see Rami coming down the stairs from above deck, kind of standing there looking uncomfortable.
Hey, Robin, how you doing?
Right. A little better. A little better.
Wanna like soak in a hot tub? Makes you feel really good.
I don't think I've ever done that. I'll have to take a rain check. We do have some business to attend to.
Oh yeah, did you talk to the prep?
Yes.
What'd she have to say?
No, we have to go talk to the Prime.
Oh, you didn't.
That's why he's here. He's here to collect us.
Yes.
We're carpooling pretty much.
Have you had anything to eat yet?
A quick bite. Not much of an appetite, given the circumstances.
All right. I guess let's go. Or before we do you remember anything when you were down there?
Part of the reason why I don't feel like eating. I remember everything.
Anything that you would be less willing to tell the Prime?
Absolutely not.
All right.
Just to watch that and to see it happen and be compelled, but not by your own whims. It's a hard thing to reconcile.
What exactly did you witness down there?
I watched at least a handful of individuals willingly feed themselves to these creatures.
How long were you down there for?
A couple days.
So we know of the succubus, incubi, and one other person that were kind of like running the show. Did you see anyone else?
No, I had stopped by to pick up some supplies. I had come off of my shift. And we had been watching some of the outsiders conduct their business. These Theresi, which I've been told that you are loosely affiliated with. Running down some of their rumors. Didn't lead to anything. I stopped by the butcher shop, and he told me that he had something special for me. And before you know it, I found myself trapped. Ensnared by one of these creatures. The craziest thing is, I knew it was bad, I knew it was wrong, and everything about it was as it shouldn't be, but I couldn't do anything about it. It's like I wanted to. And
Well, I don't think that's who you are. And it's in the past, and it's going to be tough not having your mind your own. So, good luck for surviving it and being here to, help the Prime. And
Also, like, shit happens weirdly. Gary had a dude who didn't want to eat lettuce, and now he's his ruler. So, you did good.
I don't appreciate you stabbing me,
did you
but
overhear anything when you were
all
down
things
there? Of, like,
considering, I do appreciate it.
Dude, I already apologized for that shit. Sorry, man.
No, not much that I could understand. It was such a fervor. They wanted to know about everything. No, they would ask me so many questions.
Did it seem like they had a plan, like a goal?
I assume whatever they were building, whatever allowed them to come through in the first place, seemed to be their main objective as far as I could tell.
Was the dragon skeleton, was that just there? Or somebody trying to animate it or anything going on with that?
There was there, did I say there was a dragon skeleton?
Yeah, it was on the map. Remember, we thought it was a couch or something. It was
Oh
like,
yeah.
sorry.
They did seem oddly irreverent for it. Or reverent for it.
Were they like casting spells on it or just kind of worshiping it?
Neither? But it seemed important.
Alright. Aside from,
Was it 5 people that weren't the bad guys that were down there with us? Like 1 chained up dude and 4 that were fighting us?
aside from those 5 that were in the cave, did you see anybody else come and go?
Nobody went. At least in the manner in which you're speaking. It would seem that they were just using people to do their work for them. And they would also feed off of them. Until such a point that they couldn't, or somebody would falter or stumble, and then they would gleefully finish them off.
So this is a Kyle question. We never really checked out a ton to the right of the cave. Was there more cave down there, or did we kind of explore it all? Or would we know?
You don't really know.
Was there any other part of the cave aside from where the portal was? Or was there more to it?
No, it seemed to be fairly localized.
Have you heard any word on whether or not that portal's completely shut down?
It's buried under tons of rock and dirt at the moment.
Oh, we got a forklift. We can totally help out with that shit. Oh, no, we don't. Sorry. We can't just use that coal or something. So, can't use it. Don't, just forget what I said.
So a forklift is not an excavator.
Yeah.
Lance doesn't know this.
Sure, well, excavate the area in due time, but I don't imagine that we'll find anyone else alive. And, by the time I had come back, I had just assumed that no one else was going to be making it out of there alive.
Alright, last question. Do you not, like, find people within the city? One of our buddies is, like, the guy who tipped us off. We need to go talk to him after we talk to the Prime.
Don't we know where his
We
house
know where
is?
he lives.
Yeah, you know where he lives.
Oh, do we?
Yeah, you went to his
Yeah,
house.
we visited it.
I thought we met him up somewhere else. Okay. Yeah, never mind then. Catch that last request.
Levi, you have anything to say to this dude? Because, like, you guys kind of were in the same boat.
We did, well, I guess we didn't. We found the butcher. Deceased. Not maybe 10 steps out the front of that establishment.
Oh, was that the bird bear dude?
The bugbear, yeah.
I know
We
what
didn't
I
do
said,
that,
Kyle.
did
No.
He locked us in.
Oh. Yeah, he locked you in and then that was it. You, like, he wasn't in there by the time you, like, found your way out and then down into the cellar.
Suspicious?
And they found him, so... I'm guessing they found him dead?
Yeah, he was dead about 10 paces from the front of the building.
Gotcha.
And we also recovered... I hesitate to even call it a child.
Fuck?
More monstrosity than anything else.
I was like, have it caged up or did you kill it?
The moment it's being kept safely until we can figure out what it is and what to do with it.
Where did you find this monstrous child?
In the bushes by the building. It attacked three of my men, actually.
Why would you keep a
Hell,
bush
you guys
baby that
did
attacks
Scott.
people?
Alright, later.
Terrible, disgusting thing. Hairy and red.
I glance at Gary and kind of give him a stern look.
Hey, don't look at me. If I had a kid running around, then my life would be a hell of a lot easier right now, so...
Dude, you could have like so much fucking like child support.
What?
Don't know where it is.
Anyways, I guess you can save your side of the story. Just tell it to the Prime when we arrive.
How's Grandma Pies?
Shaken after the events, but okay.
Good. Ooh, can we-
Question. Do you think that the Prime needs, like, all of us there? Because I was kind of hoping to just, like, stay back here and rest and maybe, like, do some cleric magic juju stuff to keep more demons from showing up. Maybe these guys can go give the report. And I'll be, like, right here if she needs to talk to me.
We got Rocky Talkers. Like she can talk to him from wherever. Even like cross planes. We got them upgraded.
My instructions were to bring all of you.
You're the Cobalts?
Fuck.
Mm-mm.
No. No. That your crew is
Phasmas?
accounted for. No, your crew
just
your
us
crew is
five.
fine. Just yes.
Okay.
One's involved in the situation directly.
That's correct.
Alright. Well, let's get this shit over with.
He leads you through up into the treetops, and
I would like to say that introductions will be done by Dagan because I promised he could.
Oh. But I mean, that'd be awesome. But she already knows us, right?
Yeah, but you have to.
she does.
But you could like tell something. I told you you'd get a chance to do it, so I'm gonna let you.
Let me do it for the first stranger. The first stranger.
All right, well, we'll save it for that then.
First stranger. Okay.
Thank you.
You make your way up through the treetop canopy into a rather nondescript building, and a couple guards to either side. One of them kind of motions or does something, and you watch as the roots kind of pull apart and a portal appears in their midst.
We go through a portal last time?
You did.
Oh, wow.
Oh, please, after you.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
I'll trudge through, sulking that I have to be on this endeavor.
Once more into a vast interior tree chamber, with like dangling lights well above overhead. It is wide and vast, but the floor is like spongy to like you kind of expect your voice to echo in a place like this, and it doesn't. It's strange. For kind of Rami waiting for you leads you kind of to these central chambers, and he says something in Sylvan to one of the guards that's stationed there. There's a brief exchange. One of the guards enters into the interior and disappears for a moment before returning, and the door is kind of like the like it's almost like they're painted or styled like doors, but it is just like roots or vines or a tree, and they seem to kind of like pull back and swing inwards, kind of beckoning you into the interior of this kind of glowing blue chamber in the beyond.
Head on in.
Rami steps with you. So you have returned. And you can see her there in her glorious kind of finery, sweeping long dress, her like more subdued olive tone skin, her hair kind of like bunched up like zucchini noodles, like almost kind of like hanging from the back, but they like her hair is like green and yellow. Like it isn't like normal like auburn color or anything else, and like little bits of like seems to be speckled with like silver glittery flecks. Like they like have such like humanoid mannerisms that you kind of take for granted how different they really are. Like they're like very much like plants. They, like a human plant, almost. Like it's like, it's kind of like that uncanny valley sort of situation where you kind of take for granted for a moment, and then something just kind of like sparks it, like it's weird as fuck, and that's like That's not right. I was under the impression that you had been lost.
I mean,
Impression regularly.
What did you say, Dagan?
No, I said I give that impression regularly. Regularly.
Indeed.
Our apologies for dropping off of the radar. We took a bit of a detour.
yeah, we went to hell.
It's just like stoic, stone-faced. Like there's no emotion. Like you don't know if that catches her off guard or not. Like she doesn't seem to respond. And is that to where you expected to go?
Fuck no. I hope I don't ever go there again. Well, actually, they're kind of nice. Well, one dude in particular was nice. Another dude, not so much, kind of was like weird. The other guy was like kind of an accountant. And another dude had like a really big sword, but wanted to give it to my buddy. So, all in all, actually not the worst place I've been to. Actually, probably one of the better places I've been to. Except it was hot, and there wasn't a fucking daytime. There wasn't a night. Not a great place. Like, if you're gonna go, I'd be like, yeah, you can go, but like, I wouldn't recommend it.
She just kind of holds up her hand. So, you traveled between the Veil of the Plains to hell.
Oh yeah, and we got our walkie-talkies updated, so we can talk to them in hell.
And you worked with individuals of fiendish nature on the other side?
Well, mainly just this one dude. His name was Morningwood, and that's the dude that wouldn't give my buddy a sword. But he wasn't, like, I don't know if he was fiendish. I think he might have been like an angel or something. Bobby was ranting and raving about the fact that he had wings, and he was like pissed off because he couldn't kill him because he had wings, and his god would be pissed off or something. I don't know, but that's the dude that we mainly worked with.
Fancy going on a tangent.
I'm being detailed.
In the
Gary
wrong sort of
currently
way.
has an intelligence score of 4, so he's just not.
You could say that there is a war in hell that is spilling out into this plane of existence.
And why have you found yourselves in the midst of this?
Fuck if I know.
Well, there was a portal
Wrong.
underneath your city.
Wrong place, wrong time, really.
You're new.
Who?
Am I to take it that you were the friend in need?
Oh shit, that's right. I was not here last time. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. I'd go for more elaborate bow, but unfortunately I'm missing independence to display proper flourish.
Oh, Harry shot that shit off.
Not relevant.
All right. So,
Lean over.
Levi,
Continue.
details.
Relevancy. My apologies.
and you aren't in the same like courtroom chamber. This is more of like an interior.
Oh, we're not like in that like huge fucking like amphitheater
Yeah,
style thing.
you're
that
not
we
in
were
the
last
like
time.
the court auditorium anymore. Yeah,
Gotcha.
this is like private garden almost.
Gotcha. So it's a little more.
Same facility, like same place, just a little bit like, it's a different area.
So, there were these creatures underneath your city that were building a portal.
Which we blew up.
And conscripting and controlling your townspeople into helping them excavate, which Levi has experience with.
So like here's the full story.
Yes.
My brain's a little bit foggy right now because, long story. So I'm gonna try to get all of the details in order. But basically, like, we met Bill because he was trying to murder a kobold, and we kind of fell in love with him because he's goofy and old and says dumb shit. And then it turned out that like he used to be some famous lord with a castle in the woods, and we found that castle, but he had like no memory left anymore. And it turns out that like one of his friends used to be this like big time dragon rider, like way back in time. We think he's immortal, but then like he turned into a demon. So we were going to figure out like what happened to his buddy over in Jaskiria. And that's when we met like the dude that told us that your little pyramid thing was super valuable. So we're like, oh, well, we better, drop that off first and then we'll go to Jaskiria. And it turns out that this like demon dragon rider dude that we were looking for already is the same demon that's like, I don't know, sending shit to attack you here. So it's all kind of interconnected, and we were just lucky to be in the right place at the right time.
A likely story.
You do not believe this. She asked you directly, Dagon.
What did she ask?
You don't corroborate his story?
Wobbledy googly boobly boo. I don't know what happened to you.
What?
What?
I am very thirsty and I feel dehydrated.
I don't know if Bill or Dagon is having a stroke.
Right?
I think corroborate is a very big word for Bill right now.
First of all, I would like to give Mike props for giving a Lance-esque rant that is totally factual. Secondly, I would like to say, what the fuck, Dagon?
Is his mind addled?
Yeah, a fucking lot.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait.
I
Hera,
told you, he's like super old and immortal, and he has no memory, and he says dumb shit.
Hera, get his
That's why we love
pills.
him.
And maybe let him wash it down with something.
It's not the time.
Fuck. Oh, give him his pills anyways.
Madam, I am a paladin on a
That
journey.
part's true.
This band of wonderful people, Migosh over there and my granddaughter, they have taken me in and they have aided me on my quest. I currently forget what my quest is.
That's not Migosh, and that's definitely not his granddaughter.
But, madam, as a paladin, I speak the truth. These are all very good people. I am pretty sure.
Okay. Yes. Rami kind of, like, standing there, like, shaking his head, like, I can partially corroborate the story of these individuals. They are the ones that rescued me under duress. These demons or devils, of which there appeared to be both kinds, while I was in their servitude, did make mention that they were searching for something called the Exile. But beyond that, I cannot speak to war or anything beyond what we have here at our doorstep.
After hearing Bill talk, I can totally imagine this chick thinking, I understand why they let the big one talk the first time.
A little bit. Well.
So,
continue.
There's a war happening in Hell, and you can either have people who want pure chaos of destruction, or you could have some sort of ordered evil, and
A return to status quo.
Yeah, and chaos is starting to get the upper hand and spilling out between the planes. And we found ourselves in the midst of that, and I guess tried to tip the hand the other way to maintain status quo. And there's incursions happening, and I don't think you just have Warwick to deal with. There's some uprising with dragons and just some weird shit's going on.
And you believe this to be an immediate threat?
They said that the abyss was being emptied for the forces of this fallen dragon rider. And
Do you
the abyss is large.
happen to know how they crossed into our world?
There's a portal. I don't really know.
It is my understanding of such things that beings of this nature are unable to traverse that barrier.
They might have something. They might have evolved. I don't know.
Well,
Bargains being made. There's upheaval happening. I don't know.
I appreciate the insight. However, as you have seen, war is also at our doorstep, in the form of Warwick. And as much as I would like to focus our efforts elsewhere, that is currently an impossibility while these hostilities continue.
I don't know if it's just being targeted at you or. I mean, we did encounter demonic incursion outside of Bosk. So it might not be targeted directly at you. It could be everywhere. It's just, yes, you have your war with Warwick, but be careful with the insidious things.
Unfortunately, I can only do so much against the threats I can see. There is certain knowledge provided to me, which kind of, places her hand on one of the kind of pyramid-shaped objects. It's not an actual pyramid. It is like a replica of one, kind of set on a dais, like on a little pedestal. If it is a widespread threat, that is indeed disturbing. I would assist in any way that I could. However, any retreat or reorganization of my forces would most likely be seen as a weakness, which Warwood would absolutely capitalize upon. And I cannot allow that to happen.
Well, I could be mistaken, but I don't think you have to worry about any fiendish incursion in the immediate future.
What about just some of those like ASMR guys? They like tag along with us. Dudes with like the whips and that can jump real high.
Considering that Ramik owes you a life debt, from my understanding, I will appoint him as your ward while you're within our territories.
Can he like take a couple of nights off first? He's pretty fucked up.
I'm fine. I have a multitude of duties that I am eager to return to. But if it pleases your Prime, I will assist these outsiders as you request. Which brings me to my next question. Why is it that a group of outsiders of our sworn enemy would find themselves here, relinquishing an artifact of supposed great importance?
I'm gonna be real honest with you, Your Primeness. I have no fucking idea.
Because you guys really wanted it back, and Warwick had it, and you guys were like all getting ready to go to war with each other over that shit. And there's lots of innocent people that will get caught up in that war. So we figured maybe if you get it back, then you guys can just like stop fighting each other, and we can kill Warwick.
Oh yeah, we're trying to kill the government. Not yours.
So, like, Harrow points to Gary. He's a good person, and that's why. Points to Levi. Pretty sure he's got it out for the government. And I do too. You have ex-military that have seen the horrors of the inside and want to do something better.
We would be happy for any information that you could provide to us that would give us a helping hand.
Duke Gellimdor has beef with the Keswiks over vineyard contracts.
I recognize those as names, but none of them mean anything to me.
Well, that's as deep as my notes go.
We
The
have...
Keswiks, you say? How dastardly.
I know we're going to be in town for at least a few days trying to recover.
Well,
so...
then, please, if you would follow me. And she kind of makes her exit, not out the way you came, but adjacent. And do any of you guys actually know where you're at? Or you just take a teleporter, you're in some dark tree chamber, kind of take it for granted?
100% the second one.
Some interior. I was pretty sure because I don't think we covered it. Push through some interior chambers before kind of making your way, and the walls just seem to part for. Oh shit! Where is this? Here. Isn't this here?
I would like give her a rundown of the Duke and he wasn't a Duke, but who was the dwarf guy from
Oh yeah, from the Underdeep or whatever. Underdark.
Give me a second. I will find that.
I think he was the marshal.
He was the mayor or something like that.
Yeah, he's like the mayor of Uthdun.
Yeah. But he's our homeboy too.
Or he's not. He wasn't the mayor. He was just like a
prominent
somewhat
businessman.
Yeah, like due to the railways that he owned it.
Oh, and then what's our magic friend's name? The enchanter?
Morrison.
Yeah,
Morrison.
Tell her about him too. Not necessarily because it has anything political, just Lance would be like, oh yeah, these are the cool people we met. So
why can't I find this?
During this, I'd probably also bring up the fact that like we touched that crystal and like the other instances of meeting up with like demons / devils and goings-ons and stuff.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, we'd have to roleplay like the entire backstory, but Gary would pretty much be an open book about anything except being the whole like chosen one
All right.
exile thing.
Yeah.
Why can't I find?
I think even at 4 intelligence, he would know
not to do that.
Do that.
Ulfgard. Yep.
There we go.
Was that the
Ulfgard.
dude?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Having that
of Uthdan, and this is Lady Domvay.
What's the Duke's name again? Because I've always called him his Dukeness, and I don't actually remember his name.
Galamdir.
It's
Galamdir.
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 Yeah.
And what's the Prime's name?
Shit, I just hit. Oh wait, no, this is the wrong people of import list here. Is this shit so hard to find? There's so many. I need to like. Oh, here we go. It's
I feel like we should.
It's Donvay Thaleth.
I feel like we should not do like alphabetic. We should do like chronologic, like when we met these people, because that'll give us a better.
They're grouped by territory, but I didn't make the headers large enough, so they're the same font size as the other one.
Just
so
looks like it's one big ass list.
Yeah, and it is 7 pages of names, so it's a big ass list.
You should create a workbook for each individual region.
I
click on that
started to do that, and it was way too much fucking work, and I was like, fuck that, I don't have the time for
you
this.
You can just copy paste it and say add to new workbook.
Yeah, there was like an interactive, there was some websites of and then I even tried OneNote and linking all the documents and the people, and it's too much of a fucking spider web. So yes! I'm like, nope, I'm done, can't do this, I don't have time for this. Yeah.
I love that we said spider web at the exact same time.
Yes. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, Ulfgard, Lady Donvay, and then Norim Galamdir, I believe, is
and his frosty wife.
Daniela Slater. What is her name? What is this place? Norin Galamdir. Yep. And Daniela Slater. Okay.
I guess we would tell them about the pirate outpost too. That they're clearly neutral, but they're the ones that helped us get over here.
Yes, I'm very much aware of the goings-ons. It's the best, worst kept secret. In an effort to cull illicit trade in goods, we figured it was best to embrace it and give those fine individuals a place to conduct their business. So, the sapling does not grow if it does not have the light from the sun to feed it. So, the forest is cold, it is healthier for it, and people of your nation can feel like they have something of importance and illicit.
Lance is nodding sagely, but he didn't understand a single thing that those metaphors meant.
You said that you would be willing.
Yes.
That you would appreciate information.
Yes, anything that you could supply that would be helpful to our war effort. I understand it is a big ask, but it would seem that you are not so fond of your government and the way they deal with things. And we are trying to protect what is ours.
If you want, I can sit down with you for a while, but I would ask in return that we forge, I guess, an alliance. And
I believe such has already been penciled in, so to
Right.
speak, between
Alright.
us. But I cannot speak for your exarch, and if you wish an end to these hostilities, then it may come down to you to do something about it.
I would only ask for your support in trying to forge a better future for Orbit that is not so hostile to your nation.
If they are agreeable to talks of peace, then so would we. But as of
And if-
yet, they have been unreasonable, pointing the finger at us for destroying their city, which we have had absolutely no hand
More
in.
along the lines of a revolution.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe there is a number of individuals that share that same sentiment.
Right.
Some that I believe you've already had previous dealings with. Anything that between us as friends. If your leaders continue to lay the blame at my people's feet for the attacks on your city that we had nothing to do with, then these hostilities are going to continue.
It makes sense. We will try to do what we can.
And
I don't.
for
Go
what
ahead.
it's worth, our people were in Abergarten when the attack happened. But, as you have told us, we lost our men. And we were tipped off that inside those spires there was an artifact that was concerning to us.
Who tipped you off?
I don't have many details. I did not speak to this individual personally. But as it is told to me, black cloak woman, shorter stature, of elven or half-elven ancestry. Something about a brand on their forearm, or some sort of marking. But their intelligence proved to be good.
Does it look like this one? Here, show her around.
I don't have the tattoo of the Pharisee.
Oh, you have a tattoo, right? Your shit.
Yeah.
Barcode thing.
But if she doesn't know what the tattoo looks like, I'm not gonna.
I did not have
she doesn't
dealings
know what
with
it
this.
looks like.
I did not have dealings with this individual.
Okay, never mind.
Specifically.
Take that back.
We have. It would not be of sound mind to meet with outsiders in a time of conflict.
Wise.
And I do hope that you prove the rest of the Triumvirate wrong. Currently, they mock me for the kindness that I have shown to you all. The last time something like this happened, we lost one of our own, and a great number of our empire.
You want us to like beat some of those guys up? Does that mean, man?
I do believe that there are still hobgoblins, although in lesser number than they used to be. And they no longer hold a position of leadership in our territories after the events that transpired. But please, for more happy musings. And she steps out. Now that you've kind of like made your way through the interior throughout this conversation, like you've been walking and talking. And the thing that gets you is like, at first you think you're like, it's just blue. Like you step outside and you see like bits of green and these long sweeping like massive branches that are flat ending in like, and you can see overhead like these massive leaves, and they look big from your perspective, and they've got to be a good 300-400 feet up, so you can only imagine that they're at least 10-12 feet like across like on some of these leaves, and then some of them are even like larger, much larger, and an incredible size that you can see like out, and like other buildings seem to have like quite literally sprouted up from the boughs and the leaves of this massive tree. Like you have stepped out from the inside a tree trunk a good 2,000 feet in the air, and as you look out, as you kind of get over towards a railing, you can just see mountains off in the distance that dwarf in comparison to this massive arborment. It is a tree unlike any that you have ever seen before, and stretches as far as the eye can see below you. Massive trees, jungle like built like style, just and vines that seem to wrap, and walkways that interconnect and intertwine throughout and wind their way around. It is just everything is connected and separate and just massive. Like you feel like you're the size of an ant on that of a normal sized tree. Like you are nothing more than just a minuscule speck given the gargantuan stance of this. Like, and you look around and it's an entire city built within and on a tree. And she kind of looks and kind of takes in your wonderment for a moment, and before kind of smiling, welcome to Shaharat, the jewel of our empire. And it is just massive.
Oh shit. Where the fuck are we? Like, I know Shaharat, Shah, whatever you just said, but like, where are we on the same planet?
You're, as you would say, a good couple thousand miles from Bosk.
Like, north? South?
She kind of like points out Bosk is that way. And it's like northeast. Like she's kind of like pointing to the northeast. So you're like southwest of where you were originally.
Okay.
Not the strangest thing I've seen. Not in the last 24 hours, but certainly the most breathtaking.
Below you is the Heartwood, and I would advise you to not attempt to cross it on foot. Easily
Why's that?
lost, and it extends about not at its widest point, but at its widest point, about 3,000 miles of dense jungle.
Impressive.
Sounds amazing, honestly.
And you can see as you're sitting there, like, something, like, crawling. But that's not, like, the right word. And you see it, like, reaching and stretching, and it's like this, like, tendrilled seed pod, almost. But it's massive, and you watch these, like, vine-like appendages kind of whip off, and it seems to kind of not propel, but pull itself through the air like it's swimming, or like dragging itself through the air, but it's just this massive seed pod like crustacean thing, and you can see like small little figures on it, like their own kind of living seed pod airship of sorts, as it kind of drags itself like across the horizon.
Does it look like a snail?
More like a squid or an octopus.
Like an acorn with tentacles?
Kind of, yeah, as it kind of like pulls and drags itself like through the air, kind of like propelled. Like there's these like large spines that seem to kind of protrude off of it. It is oddly alien.
Does it still look like nature-y, like woodsy? Or
yeah.
does it look like an actual like fucking
It
arthropod
looks
or
like
something?
a kind of spiky walnut with like vines and tendrils that seem to kind of like lash out and kind of pull. Like it's like pulling itself along an invisible wire that you can't see.
Interesting.
Almost like a nature-based nautiloid.
Kind of, yeah. And you can see kind of like flying around like winged creatures of various sorts, kind of wheeling in and landing and taking off, carrying like a couple griffins, a couple other like odd winged beasts of like various biological diversity, to for lack of a better term, kind of like wheeling their way around with like either growls or screeches, kind of announcing as they kind of wing through the air. Some of them like in formation, so it's maybe guards or some of the elements or something.
I don't want to ruin the
hard to tell
majesty
from here.
But when you were describing that, I was thinking like, oh, how would we fight that? And then my brain immediately went to release the nut kraken.
You can also see kind of making its way through the boughs like these massive walking trees, like treants of gargantuan size, like lumbering their way through what constitutes the streets and walkways of this city. And you can also see like people transitioning from level to level on like flat planks of slatted wood and vine, kind of wrapped with these like vines and pulleys that seem to extend and kind of drop and then extend. And
is it also Vari or is it like a
it
mix?
it's like probably 85% Sylvari here. There are a smattering of elf and goblin, or like goblinoids, is the probably like second largest makeup, and then a smaller diversity of like elves kind of making up the rest of that difference.
So we
but
stand
for the
out
most
quite a
part,
bit.
it's you guys stand out a lot.
'Cause none of us are any of that except the
Yeah.
undead dude.
Yeah. But as a token of my appreciation for your deeds and as a symbol of our continued partnership, I felt it was only befitting to have an establishment provided for you as heroes of our realm. So, Ramik has been informed of the directions and will lead you to your quarters.
We're like, bring our ship here.
There is no quick way.
Like how long we're talking? Like 3-4 days or?
Probably by ship it would take you.
They said it's about 1,000 miles away.
No, where you currently are, I want to say it's about 2,000 miles. Yeah, it'd take you like 2 days. Yeah.
They're like,
No, sorry, 3 days. It would take you 3 days, like continuous, no stopping, point A to point B.
Should we tell Phasmus?
2.5 days.
Oh, I don't even know how the fuck to get over here.
What was that?
I don't think we're gonna be that long here.
Well, we need to take at least a few days for everyone to get their shit in order, because we can't go off and save the world when everyone has -4 on their fucking stuff. So.
Yeah, but how long does it take us to fly back to Drizkiria? I mean, like that's at least 4 days, right?
It's about 4 days.
4 days there and back. But you guys need about 4 days.
From where you are currently.
No, from Bosk where the ship is. Like,
yeah, that's what I mean. Where the ship is currently.
Maybe like probably a little bit longer than 4 days because it took us like what 3 days to get from.
Yeah, I want to say it's about 5, so it would probably take you about 6 or 7 if the ship was to come here
from where the ship is.
But from where it is, it'd probably take you about 5 days.
Yeah.
Somebody comes running up. Excuse me a moment. She kind of turns and confers. You can see like a guard or messenger who's a little like frazzled, I would say. Before she kind of nods and the messenger departs. Anyways, here, and she hands you necklaces like that you had gotten from Tuntavok, and she kind of like rubs her finger over them, and they kind of like light up like almost like holographically. They give like a little shimmer, and there's like little glyphs and inscriptions that seem to kind of like sprawl up. These will denote your friendliness while in our territories, and your ship, should you be okay with it, also be marked with something similar to provide safe passage should you wish to return.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, I do have some business to deal with. It seems that my scouts have run into some situations in recovering Tuntavok up in Drazkeria. So, if you'll excuse me. And she begins to turn.
What type of situation? If I may ask.
Make a persuasion check.
Also, Cal, totally thought you were about to give us like amulets of FaceTime, where you said like hologram pops up.
That's a 14.
14. Kind of says something in Sylvan to Ramik. Unfortunately, there is some things that require my attention, but Ramik can fill you in on the details in my absence, if you excuse me. And she takes her leave. Like,
All right, Lady Primus.
abruptly.
So, details?
Walk and talk.
Touche.
By the way, Ramen, can you like do all that fucking like tree magic shit when you're on a ship? That'd be awesome.
In what way?
Like make like fucking Doris sprout up and shit like that. Decorate the place. Make it look cool.
No, not. It has to be in certain areas. It is an established pathway. The only other means I have of transporting myself is through the we refer to them as lich gates.
Would those by chance be teleportation circles?
Which ones?
The lich gates. Or would they function as teleportation circles in this universe?
Kind of. I mean,
like the ones that you cast like over 100 days or whatever, and it becomes permanent.
Over a year. Yeah.
They can be used as like a focus, but you can. There are like inscriptions and runes and stuff. So I would say you could probably use those as like anchor points.
If you knew that, could you potentially teleport to one of those spots?
Yeah, I would say so.
Sweet.
Also, follow-up question. Kind of like mess around with your whip. That shit's cool as shit.
Not a. Let me show you where we're going first, and then I'll give you a demonstration.
I could totally like walk and whip. Don't mind me.
Also,
I trust your abilities, but I would, in the off chance,
I don't.
somebody gets hurt, and not you, but a passerby.
All right.
I feel like Gary
You already stick out enough. I don't think you should draw more attention to yourselves.
I feel like Gary when he was trying to get the gun from Hera right now.
But with these, and he hands the insignias out. With these, you are friend to the triumvirate, and you will most likely be treated differently, but people will still conduct business with you.
Like royalty? I'm like, wow, look at these guys.
More like VIPs.
We kind of get that a lot.
That is a much more accurate description.
I put my scabbard on one arm at a time, just like everybody else, man.
Except Levi.
I'm sure there were.
Bobby, that was a fucking awesome one, man. Good job. No offense, Levi, but that was fucking great.
Levi was gonna go in and just smack Lance, but then Bill makes that comment and just gives him a fucking death glare.
So
Levi, give him a round of applause. Oh wait, you can't do that.
So where this is like, the I guess not nobility is the wrong word, but it is like the seat of power.
Like the higher class.
It's kind of funny. You don't like some people are dressed differently than others. Some more finely than others. But there isn't as much disparity as you would have thought, especially as you transition to. I think you end up going like 3-4 levels down. And even then, like, you've still got a nice view of like the surrounding landscape. And you do kind of like wind your way through, and Rami brings you to a like a beautiful manor
So
that is like sprawling and built into the side of Shaharat.
in size
And
comparison to Warwit, what are we looking at?
this is like Warwit, but vertical. Where
So it's like
Warwit
Cliff
is,
Cities kind of shit?
yeah, but yes, like, but built on a singular tree
Yeah.
that is massive. And we're talking 100 to, you know, like hundreds of thousands of people like could live in this space easily. Like, it is massive. There are just like levels and levels and levels, and you look, and like you look down and you go 4 levels down, and it doesn't look like you've gotten any closer to the ground. Like, you are still towering above, like you're at the top of a mountain almost, just like looking out beyond like the boughs and the twisted entangling branches. And there's like little walkways and stuff that extend out for like nice little nature trails and hikes and whatever to kind of like, you know, make your way out so you can get like a view, like staring down like you would over a cliff. And it is like disorienting and amazing at the same time. Like, can't help but, you know, hands get a little sweaty just like standing there looking down, just seeing like how immense of a drop it would be, and to kind of like look up and take like this. It is a like towering, what's the word, testament of the wild mother's gift. Like, just everything so lush and green and surrounded by like so much natural beauty. But you head down and you do kind of make your way, and Rami shows you like there is a beautiful treehouse that he basically hands what is kind of denotes, it kind of like walks you through like where to touch and like how to like open the door, like each one of you, like how to instruct it. And there's like a series of gestures and movements that you kind of have to make across the face of it, and it kind of pulls back, like the bark itself just kind of like stretches back, revealing the inside of a beautiful, like sprawling manor. There's, you know, like windows and such that have been created to kind of stare out and take beauty, or like, you know, that's like the breathtaking beauty of this place, and little patios and balconies and walkways around this little establishment that's like kind of grown and like partially jutting out of the main like trunk of Shaharat.
This is absolutely insane.
And on the inside there's like all sorts of furniture, but not in the way that you're used to. Like tables, but they're grown. Like chairs, or like when you go to sit down, the vines kind of like twist up and cushion you as you go to sit. It just like instinctually like wraps up and grabs you, without you having to do anything. And you
Hair
stand up
just kind
and
of
they,
like yelps.
yeah, a little disconcerting at first. Beds of, you know, beautiful lush moss that await, you know, like in a multitude of rooms. It's what, 3 stories of just building, and it is very opulent and elaborate in a like oddly natural way. When you walk into a room, little globules kind of like blink on, either magically or organically sourced. It's kind of hard to tell at the moment, but they give a nice like glow, like yellow orange glow to the interior.
It's infinitely better than hell.
Infinitely better than whatever I would have been able to afford had I stayed and continued my career with the RSD. Holy crap.
This is your home for As long as you deem fit. The Prime unfortunately had to go deal with some other business. I'm sure she would have loved to have shown you this herself. Unfortunately, it sounds like the group that she sent to retrieve Tantavok reported back that there is some problems. I didn't get it entirely, but it sounded like
What kind of problems?
the team arrived through the Lich Gate in Drazkiria via way of one that we have here ourselves at the base of Shaharat. And it seems like they managed to get away, but the entire region is swarming with fiends and dragons.
Did you just say?
I can deal with him. I only got one arm.
Say what?
No, you say what?
Demons and dragons?
Where are these winged beasts of hell? And the dragons too. Where are they? Call the ship! Bring it back. I am ready.
Bill just like stumbling over stuff, like sword coming unhinged, like.
Even in a lifetime of career, I wouldn't even be able to afford an apartment with a view like this.
Yeah,
true.
Levi's just not even paying attention, just wandered off.
If I was still collecting my doctor's salary, I maybe afford something as wonderful as this, but...
You had a fucking castle!
On a cliff, might I
with
add.
a vault full of gold.
If you say so.
Actually, now that I think that we could probably go back there and maybe tidy up. Make it work.
What is your interest in these dragons and Drazkiria?
We were heading to Drazkiria to find dragons and demons and sort this whole mess out. And we got there and couldn't find any, and now apparently the whole place is fucking crawling with them.
Well, we never
got
there. We were on our way and made a stop before there. That's where all this went sideways, but we were never in Drazkiria.
Fucking semantics, whatever.
Fucking hell. I feel like that was like years ago. That was like fucking 2 weeks ago. What the fuck have we been doing?
So,
stopping war?
If you would like, I'm sure that for such esteemed guests as yourselves, we could probably make arrangements. Personally send you through the Lich Gate.
Oh, shit. Where does that, like, end up at? Like, how close?
It's... That one specifically ends up in, I believe it's called the Solarium. I have not traveled to that place. I've heard it is quite dangerous. I've heard of it.
Coordinates?
I know of it, but...
So, like, we can send our ship there and then just drive through the gate?
What if we go back, get on the ship, and fly the ship there, so that we can, like, you know, take a couple days to rest and recuperate, since we've been to hell.
And, you know, keep an eye on the kobolds.
That too.
Wait, if we fly in there with the kobolds, are they gonna flip out like they did the last time?
No.
That wasn't very convincing.
It's quite possible. Well, that seemed to be something that was like specific to Yggdrasil.
And you, just to clarify, the place is in fact swarming with dragons. You just want to fly right in there.
Well,
Jump
my,
on the nearest dragon and take it down with my own sword.
I have no doubt that you would probably succeed, but
my fiance is a
take
dragon,
the night,
so
rest, enjoy yourselves. I'll return in the morning, and I'll see if I can't find out any more information for you. In the meantime,
Rami. I'm
yes,
sorry, I forget. Is that your name?
it's ramen.
No, that is not correct.
His name is Rami. Are there any sages or historians nearby? I need information. I am on a new quest.
Bobby, what fucking new quest are you on?
Don't worry about it, Migosh.
What?
Son of a bitch.
What do you care to tell me about your new quest so that I might better be able to find someone suited to your information that you need?
Absolutely. I am an old man, and I fear my years are not as plentiful as they once were. I seek to find a named great sword, for I recently have got sword envy. I must find one before I pass.
Look at Bill like 2 days after getting a brand new sword.
Right? Seriously. Paying like 5,000 gold for his sword, and now he wants a new one.
I will ask around and see if any of the local hadith have any insights.
Thank you for your help. Hadith, good night.
What if we just like named your sword? You've already got a really cool sword. We'll call him Saint George or something.
Yes, that is a good idea. Remy, thank you for please find any information.
Bobby over here just bought a brand new Maserati, and now he's jealous of the Lamborghini next to him.
Remy, while you're out and about, if you were to, I don't know, stumble upon any substances that could be imbibed,
I would probably have to confiscate them, as is my station.
Yeah, but what do you do after you confiscate them?
Make a persuasion check.
God, I'm not good at those without negative stats. It's gonna be a 7.
Are you saying that you suffer from ailments?
I have really bad glaucoma.
And require medicinal aid. If that's what you're saying, then I can definitely talk to some of the Yonzei, and I'm sure they would be able to find something to alleviate your ailments.
That would be wonderful.
The Beyonce.
Rami.
No, the Yonzei. This territory is separated into 8 wards. They aren't levels per se, or castes, as everyone here is treated equally, but it is separated by job and what benefit you provide, or skills you are able to provide to the benefit of our society. These skills are given to us by the Pyramidion. So,
speaking of that, do you happen to know anybody like? Guys probably aren't big on like metals here, but any particular like armor that might be good for protection?
it was that we did not concern ourselves with such things because we did not need them for ourselves. But metalwork is a respected profession, as long as guidelines are followed. You should have no trouble finding various general goods and wares should you require it.
How about some dudes who can like make that shit better? Like magically.
The Dafar, like the caste or the ward that I am from, generally specializes in that sort of thing. But you might find something in their respective ward. At the surface, you will find various shops from many cultures that make their way here. Should you need it. And
does he mean surface like the bottom floor kind of shit?
Like,
or
like
does he mean
all the
surface
way-
like the last place that we were at?
No, like the
Like
ground.
all the way ground. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, all the way down to the ground. Yep.
Alright, dude. Go get some sleep. We'll, fuck, I don't know. Levi, give me a Rocky Talkie.
There is no need. We will.
Can someone give me a hand then?
Fucking good one, man. Oh, shit, you were serious. Yeah, hold on.
Jocko, Kyle. I'll jog over there and take it off and give it to Remy.
It's just an unusual implement.
Please don't lose it.
You just saw me take it off of him.
And what do I do with this?
Just put it on your wrist. We'll fucking call you if we need something.
Maybe you should show him how it works so he knows how to reply back to you.
Alright.
And then I'll explain how they work.
Alright. Yeah. Okay. He get it. Just kind of like, okay, you take off this black like rock and like leather strap and hand it to him, and he's like, obviously I know he was wearing it, but is it just like jewelry or
Can I belatedly give Obi inspiration, because that was a very underrated joke that he just made and I loved it.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so you are left to your own devices.
I'm gonna, as I was asking about, head out and see if I can get better armor and somebody to enchant it.
And
this is like still early morning, right? We have like basically all day to do whatever.
Yeah, pretty much.
So I'm looking for something of the level of plate, but because this is kind of like a weird magical tree people, if I find something like plate that doesn't give me disadvantage on stealth, that would be optimal.
Let's see here. I would say go ahead and roll an investigation check.
That's gonna be a 9.
Can
I do that thing where you spend a couple hours figuring it out?
So, I mean, first things first, like, this is a massive city. It is unusually laid out. Like, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of rhyme or reason to things, and you, like, at first. Then eventually you do find, like, the respective ward where these items are made, and then so it takes a long time to travel and get there and kind of find it, and you have to, like, kind of search, and there is a severe language barrier. And most of the time, so asking for directions is difficult. Like, understanding signage and directions is also kind of difficult. You do manage to, like, find a shop, I would say.
Did anyone come with me, specifically Gary, to gas tongues?
Nope.
All right.
Gary's going to go jot down information about teleportation circles.
Continue your story, guy.
I would say that given the complexity of navigating this situation, I will say you can find plate, but like, there's anything necessarily really special, other than it would just be classified as. I would say you could find +1 plate, but that would probably be about the extent of it.
And how much would that go for? And there's nothing, like, specific within the society that's, like, not metal but also gives the same benefit that might be
so they do take coinage, but it is not the preferred like, some places take coinage, I'll put it that way. It is not the preferred method of currency, which actually is, like, various like, colored polished stones of amber is the, like, currency that they use instead here.
I will contact Remy on the Rocky Talk and ask him what the conversion rate is.
Technically it should be 1-to-1, but if you want, like, that would kind of depend. So let's see. So for +1 plate, that is going to be 2,000 gold pieces.
Okay. And speaking of Remy, because he said he was part of the, like, Enchanter Guild, I asked him if there's not guild, but, like, the area, if there's anything that he would be able to recommend or do better, or just straight plate and then have it be brought to them to upgrade it better.
He does respond, well, that is from my ward. It is not my specialty, enchantments, per se.
Tell the armorer that I have to go and check some other shit out. Being coy. Maybe he'll give you a discount.
They shoot you off, yeah.
I also need to go to Gary because he's holding the, like, 19 grand that we just got, so I only have 800 on me right now.
All right.
So I let's just say this: I'll spend the rest of my day before we like turn in, trying to figure this out. And if I need to going to like fucking exchange stores and finding people to like
so
enchant and all this other shit.
for like sake of brevity, I would say you spend all day, finally find a place, and then realize I don't have money, and then have to go all the way back to your guys' armament, try to get money, and then turn it back.
All day spending what's the best deal I can get, and then coming back tomorrow to actually buy it.
Like, there aren't a whole lot of places that offer something like that. It is still kind of, rare-ish. So it's not like every corner store has one. So 2,000 is about the best deal that you get. I would say you probably find like another one, but they, seeing that you're foreign, like try to like upsell you at 25.
Okay, and the best I can do is plate +1. Nothing like reducing the stealth or anything.
At the moment, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll sleep on it.
I have to go buy a diamond.
Okay. I would say jewels are easy enough to find.
Okay, it says I need a diamond of 300 gold value.
Okay. Yeah. You're disappointed with the size of a 300 gold diamond, but
And 300 gold is obviously the best he can do.
Um.
Oh, shopkeeper! I am old and low in years.
Like, does it like also kind of an old person kind of sitting there behind the counter, but doesn't seem to understand you?
Does it count as a 300 gold diamond if you pay less for it?
And then, at least like there is like scribblings and markings, and then there's like things. There's like little like buckets and like spots in the little case, like display case, and there's like numbers written next to each of them, so you can actually just like look right in there and be like, oh, that's a diamond, and that one's worth 300. I mean, there's some of like various values.
I put 280 in my hand and point to the 300 gold one.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage because you cannot you can't even speak it. You can't speak the language.
All right, charades. What are we doing? Persuasion?
Persuasion, yeah.
16.
Looks you over. Kind of takes a second to think about it. Waits longer.
I give the puppy dog eyes. Jingle, jingle.
Takes your money and like pushes the diamond across to you.
I thank you very much. Thank you.
It might have been worth 300, but you only paid 280. God knows. Now is God gonna save your friend or not? Yeah, now is God gonna save your friends? Who knows?
Well, no, not really. Like, Bill knows.
Also, I'm pretty sure we still had, like, hundreds of gold worth of diamonds. Considering we got, like, 2,000 gold worth of diamonds from your treasure trove.
Whoops.
Here's an old man.
Low in years.
All right. Anybody else? What does anybody else want to do?
So, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, how in last campaign you had the strips of paper that was like a message?
Mm-hmm.
Would those exist in this city?
Yeah.
And how much do they run?
I want to say...
I bought like 200 of those for like a silver a piece.
Well, you also had access to
the mage college, essentially.
Yeah, the library.
They would definitely should be more expensive than what we paid for him last campaign.
I would say, like, it's a relatively minor enchantment. I would say a gold apiece. And I would say they're pretty abundant.
I want 100.
100?
What are these pieces of paper? What am I missing?
No. 50.
Okay. I'll do 50. Yeah, I think you could do 50.
Pretty much just like
you can like clean out the entire stock, but yeah. Yeah, it's like the sending spell, but like it's one way. Like you scribble a note, and the person's name, that you want to send the message to, and then it like burns. The message burns up, and then it is heard by the recipient if they can.
I figure that's 50. That's 10 a piece. If it gets really bad, we'll burn through those. Yeah, I'll get 50.
Furiously scribbling messages to one another. I'm so fucked. They're right around the corner. They're right around the corner for me too. What do we do? I don't know. Any ideas? No? Lance? Like 30 messages right there.
Yep.
Okay. Anybody else?
There we go.
I would like to go find the Wrathgate.
The Lich Gate.
Mm-hmm. And decipher its mysteries.
Okay.
To add to my repertoire of teleportation circles.
Okay. It is at the very, very base of Shaharat, so it is a good hour down via like lifting vine cars and walkways and stuff to like zigzag and make your way all the way down to the base. It takes a while. But you manage to get down there. And it is a little ways away. And when you get down, like, it's like not only is like a city built out of a tree, there is a city built out of its roots, and then sprawling like out into the jungle away, like these massive, like bigger than any, like bigger than the biggest trees you've seen like elsewhere. Like these twisting, gnarled roots that break and breach through the like dirt before kind of like snaking their way back under and then popping up somewhere else. And there's trees and buildings like that have sprouted out of them as well. And there's like this like city, like a second city at the base of the tree as well. And it is just like incredibly intricate and sprawling and like nauseating. Like you could get lost in this place probably forever. And you would never see like all of it. Like it would take multiple lifetimes to like comb over every inch of this gargantuan city. And you do I would say if you asked Rami, he would be able to at least give you some directions to where this Lich Gate is located, and it is actually heavily guarded, and it would take some kind of effort on Rami's part to let you through to it, and there are just multitudes of guards. There's a garrison stationed around it. It is not a joke. Like, they absolutely recognize the potential for disruption and how dangerous something like this could be, and it is treated as such. So, but they do let you go to it and inspect it. There's just kind of like a lot of red tape that you've got to get through with your splitting headache and everything else. It is a trying experience.
So I'm going to create a new section in my notes for teleportation circles that I know, because I'm supposed to pick up one, or it's 2 of them when I learn the spell. Now I've seen the one that we went through with the Duke, so I was assuming that would be one of them.
Yeah, you've got that one. You've also got the one in Wexhill, because you went through. At this point, I would say you should probably know. Wexhill has an actual teleportation circle. Oberland, you went through that one as well. That one has an actual teleportation circle. Then there's also the teleportation circle here, or the Lich Gate here, Ebergarten, Hazel Stand, Ebergarten here, and Hazel Stand. Yeah. So I believe that puts you at 5.
And what would be... Okay. So I'm assuming I'll take... I mean, it's supposed to take like 5 minutes to jot down the runes, but I'll probably spend a couple hours just kind of trying to learn how the magic would be compatible and how to use a spell like Teleportation Circle to travel through the Lich Gate.
Okay. Like, I would say the only reason that you're kind of able to put it together is kind of like from what you know. I would say the one caveat to being able to do that is that you would probably need it to use these specifically. You would need 10 gold worth, a vial of mercury worth 10 gold for each time you attempt to use one of these Lich Gates as a teleportation circle.
Okay, would that be instead of the normal components or in addition to?
What is the...
50 gold worth of precious gems and chalks and inks.
I would say that would be in lieu of.
So 50 gold of mercury or 10 gold of mercury?
I guess it would be, yeah, we'll make it a comparable amount just to keep it equal. Okay. But yeah, so 50 gold worth of mercury.
Jimmy fight.
Rather than the 50 gold worth of gems.
And then I will go on the search for mercury, chalk, and ink.
All right. Surprisingly, mercury is very hard to find. Chalks and ink, not so much. I would say roll an investigation check.
Fuck, man. I don't speak the language. I'm all fucked up from being dead. Got a -1 already to investigation.
Damn.
That's gonna be a 12.
Okay,
That's
I'll
my
say like it's definitely an ordeal that takes you the better part of the day. But I would say you do manage to find it. It is surprisingly difficult for something that is like, well, you didn't think it was like a very useful thing. Apparently, is regarded like much more highly regarded here. But that's also because they know what mercury is used for here versus like in this instance versus probably elsewhere where there's not an intent and focus and probably partially regulated in these parts.
So I'm gonna add, say, 150 gold of mercury and then 150 gold of shocks and eggs and stuff.
Okay.
So 300 gold total of teleportation circle stuff.
All right.
And everybody else just let me know how much gold you're spending on what, so I can deduct it from the party funds.
Okay.
I'm gonna potentially need $2,000, but I'm not gonna do that until I decide. So.
Okay.
Also, can Harrow just buy ammunition for the Gatling gun?
Sure.
Or would they have? Okay.
Something you ammunition probably not per se in the way that you're thinking. Components to make ammunition, absolutely, but you would probably need some time to kind of tinker around with it. Enough that you could probably do it. Like I would say you find something suitable enough that you'd spend the afternoon, tinkering around. You can make ammunition for it.
Okay. Then I will do that. And let me figure out how much I want to spend on it.
Let's see.
What type of ammo would it take? That is the ultimate question.
Lance. Just normal ammunition.
Okay.
Yes.
That's funny. Let's see. Let me find this.
Why do we got like the spooky cave exploration music going on?
Cause I didn't.
This place is mesmerizing.
I'm waiting to get attacked right now.
Harrow's gonna buy 1,000 bullets.
Okay.
I thought you were say 1,000 gold worth of bullets.
I mean,
Dear Lord, woman.
Stocking the fuck up.
I mean, that thing uses 100 in one go, so.
So you get 10 shots.
Didn't write this down.
Yeah, with 1,000, like.
Yeah.
10 rounds. There we go. 200 gold worth.
You also, in your search of magical items, I would say there's a couple other things you can find. You do find the whip swords.
Nice.
They are 150 gold apiece.
What's their stats?
Well, you can find them in various configurations. They are a pretty common weapon here. The downside is it does require proficiency to use that. So you would have to spend time training with the weapon to become proficient with it, if that's something that you wish. But it is depending on what you want it to be, it also functions as a I want to say it was a bonus action. Is it a bonus action? No, what am I doing? Sorry. I guess I didn't write this down. Thought I did, but I can't find it. Let's see. Actually, I want to make sure that was the right price. Where's equipment? Yeah, okay. That was the right price. So 150, you can use a bonus action to change it from a sword to a whip, or back again, depending on the sword. Like, it's your standard sword. It does... when used in the whip configuration, it gives you reach to 10 feet, and does a d8 of slashing damage. They also need to make a DC 13 strength check or dexterity check to not be grappled by the weapon, and I want to say that's it. Maybe it's a reaction. It's a reaction. You can swap it from one to the other. You can use your reaction to swap it from either whip to sword or back.
And what's the sword do? Oh, change your batteries. What's the sword do?
What's that?
What's the sword do?
It depends on what kind of sword you're looking for. They have like long
swords. Oh,
swords.
so you can get like a great sword with it or something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So my headcanon was like, it would be dope to have one of these, because I could like whip somebody, grapple them, lightning lure with my second attack, grapple them, bring a bunch of bitches to me. That was fucking awesome.
Then, oh yeah, here we go. You also find, for 50 gold apiece, there are 3 of them, something that are called seed grenades. It's a DC 15 deck save, or take 3d6 damage and be it's a save to be grappled or not. The damage is 3d6 on a hit. And there is also a ring of fire protection for 5,000 gold pieces.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and buy those 3 seed grenades.
Okay, so another 150.
Yeah. I'll take it out of mine for now because I wasn't with Punchy when I was there.
I think that's that.
Is that an actual item, or do I have to customize that? Do you know?
I gotta make a custom item for it.
No, I'll just throw it in custom.
And then I think that's it. So, anybody want to say anything to anyone, do anything before we move on to the next day?
Nope.
Arrow. When we get back to the ship, you give me my arm back.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, we can just try to do it here.
I'd rather her be in her element, and I swear to God, if Lance makes one more goddamn arm joke, I'm gonna frickin'.
To be fair, Bill's made just about as many as me.
They won.
I guess the ultimate question is, are you satisfied with that arm, or would you prefer to shop around for a new one?
I mean, I don't really think we'll get much better offers here. Don't get me wrong, the whole naked aesthetic is nice and all, but
I mean, it's up to you. We have one already, but it's going to be attached to you for who knows how long.
And we can just swap it out later, right?
Yeah, we could.
Well, I kind of figured that you'd probably have a bit more relative know-how of attaching that arm rather than some of whatever Silvarians cooked up.
Yeah, probably.
I know you got a lot on your plate. I don't want to have to impose a brand new medicinally natural prosthetic sort of.
I mean, I did kill you, so that pretty much overrides whatever I've got on my plate.
Yeah, that's a fucking good point. Like, I made a joke about it. She's the one that fucking shot off your arm, dude. Raise your hands if you think that hurt. Oh, wait, sorry.
So, I mean, if it's something cool as shit, Silvari, and you want it, I'll try.
Oh, dude. Get, like, one of their fucking, like, root shit. Talk to Ramen and be like, hey, make my arm into, like, a fucking tree. Like, grow that shit and, like, wrap it around somebody's head.
I think I'll just stick with what we have back on the ship.
Alright.
You all get a long rest. Everybody feels a little better.
Levi's less grumpy.
Yeah, now you're down to -3.
No exhaustion.
Table talk wise, would anybody, and Kyle, I'm assuming it's fire resistance because there's no fire protection. It's just the rating of fire resistance.
Fire resistance, yep.
Yeah, okay. Would anybody want that, especially considering we're about to go tackle dragons? I mean, it's $5,000. What else could we do with $5,000? But it could also save some of us.
It's just a ring of fire resistance?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it gives you resistance, half damage on fire.
Oh, half damage? That's pretty good, actually.
Yeah. That's what it is, right, Kyle? Half damage on fire?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what Torgoth gave me. And then he ran away.
He did not run away. You were in an abusive relationship.
You had him trapped and you didn't give him any food. You ran away.
Okay, to be fair, that's not entirely true. I gave him lots of salad.
How much gold do we have total? Just curious.
What do we still have from the original? And then plus 19.5.
Don't look at me. I'm not keeping track of your gold.
We've got 23,000 gold right now.
Okay.
Oh, we only have 4,000 left.
Gary's the one. Yeah, Gary's the one that's been like holding it all. So we have 22,000 like group gold, and then plus whatever everybody has on their own.
Yeah, I think everybody still had some like solo gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 480 right now.
Yeah, I'm down to 713. So we could buy it because it might be very useful, or we can figure out another way to spend $5,000.
I don't think we necessarily need to try to spend the money right now. I mean, like, ring of protection would be really good if we could find one of those.
What's that? Plus 2 AC?
Plus, well, it depends on what rarity it is, but yeah, +1, +2, or +3.
Gotcha.
Or like a cloak of resistance or whatever it is that gives you +1 to all your
that's a great comment, because I would rather have the ring because I'm just looking to up my armor. When I was at the the enchanting place, did I see any kind of like rings of that or
just what I told you?
Okay.
Can I do a quick search for any weapons, great swords, or any shops? Or
You already have someone searching for that.
it doesn't hurt to double check.
I mean, you find a lot of those whip swords, like everything. It's like all those like whip style like vine swords.
So that being said,
but nothing that looks like a certain other paladin's weapon. that you know, you can buy some really big ones, but they're
That being said, can I get a great whip sword?
Yeah.
And then
it's
150 gold. And then
150.
Gary, will you take out 150 for the seeds? And that will be like group funds, and then I'll keep the whip sword to myself.
So it was just the grenades and the ring of fire resistance, right? That was all really available at the enchanters?
Yeah.
Okay. If I go to the enchanter and give him my same speech, can I roll for a deal?
What are you trying to do?
Excuse me, do you speak common?
Just like mutter something. Like very broken.
Okay. This ring here, 5. Would you take 4?
Kind of like opens it, and it's like a beautiful red velvet case. It's like charred black box, like sparkles, and like you can almost seem like little licks of cattail, flames, like a waving cattail, kind of dancing along the outer edge of the band, with this like beautiful fire. Like this gem of almost like pure fire, kind of like set right dead center of this like golden band.
I am but an old poor paladin who is low in years.
Oh, you poor no. I close it. Put it away.
Wait! I'm not that poor. 4,000 gold.
No, 5,000.
But what's the lowest, the absolute lowest you would go?
Thanks for a moment. 5,000.
Now you listen here. if you want this sold right now, gold in your pocket, we could leave without any kind of transactions. But I know that you want to sell this minute.
I know what I've got. 5,000.
4,700 and not a penny more.
That's a deal. Plus taxes, 5,000.
Now you
Pretty
shut
much.
up back there, whoever you are.
Closer, but not 5,000.
Then good day to you, sir. And I just walk out very slowly.
You like keep looking, and they're just staring at you. You walk out the door, and slide it, put it back under the counter.
The bastard won't budge.
Here's a trick question. Which one's he talking about?
Okay, so next morning, Rami comes back. Under his arm, he is holding a couple books. These are on loan for the time being. I lost it. Yeah, I lost it. Did take some effort to find something that's readable by yourselves. But there you are. Hands you a book. Bill. Did anybody else ask for information? Or it was just Bill, right?
Just Bill.
Yeah.
Just Bill.
I was gonna see if there was a library today, but
yep, that's that. The other book is just like history of like a basic history of like the Jorvan Empire sort of thing. I did speak to the Prime, and it sounds like there is, from what our scouts have gathered on the other side of the Lich Gate and Drescaria, there is a significant fiendish presence, and as well as a draconic. But they said that many are arriving, but they aren't leaving. And they do not come back out once they enter into the solarium.
Like, the demons are arriving and not leaving?
No, the dragons.
That's fucking weird.
Lance, is it possible for you to talk to Zydak and inquire as to what's going on?
Maybe.
I'm gonna pull up my scabbard and rub it like a genie's lamp.
Okay.
Come on, sweet, beautiful princess, talk to me.
Make a persuasion check.
6.
6. Okay. No response. If you're intent on going there, we can make arrangements to send you through the Lich Gate where our team awaits nearby. You would at least have some reinforcements.
Hold on, let me talk to my fiance.
Then I'll start rubbing it harder.
Is there a place specifically you're looking to go in Dreskyria?
No. It's more of trying to figure out what's there. But
from my understanding, ruins and a multitude of dragons and now apparently fiendish forces.
And in some abstract form, his history.
I mean, if we go through the Lich Gate, we won't have much of a way of returning.
I would accompany you. It is the least that I could do. And as long as the team remains there on the other side as well, there is also a way back.
Also, like, worst case scenario, we can always pop back to hell.
I mean, is this something that we want to do? Like a quick reconnaissance to see what's going on?
Honestly, our reconnaissance always turned into, holy fuck, somebody just died. So, probably as prepared as we can be going into it.
We may want to purchase that ring and read this book to find whatever the book may tell us.
Uh-oh. Oh, my internet locked up for a second.
Yes, it did.
Okay.
I like to read the passages that he did in the book.
Sure.
Or at least get, or whatever you have, the general rundown.
Cliff's notes?
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Just to double check I can read. I get it. I'm going to use my inspiration to re-roll this die. All right, here we go. Oh my gosh, this slightly better. 8.
8. Okay. There is a few there is talks about certain artifacts called remnants. And they're called the gods' remnants. Supposedly like weapons and armor and such, crafted of exquisite power by the divine forces during like the building of the world of this world. Like while magic was rampant and everything else. In the what is this called? During the endless scale war, in which the divine deities kind of banded together with humanity to seal Tiamat away for good. Weapons were created to deal with these threats. They were gifted, and bestowed by deities to champions. Most of them are broken, lost, and forgotten, but there still are a few that remain.
Does it make mention of Antonius's weapon?
Maybe. there is something that matches the details of Antinius's weapon currently. There's also rumors of shield, other swords, daggers, bracers, various implements, armor, things like that. Some specific, some not so much. It isn't like a lot of the lore in this isn't like complete. But it is rumored that sometimes during Great Conflict, these things are awarded to individuals. Other times they are found or restored almost by pure happenstance. It is also said that there is an individual. There is an individual called the Secret Keeper, who lies in the waste of Mustadika, that is said to bear tale of these secrets. And it is like like the column next to where this creature's name is inscrawled, or this creature is described. There is a filled in sun, like a sun that's filled in.
Do we know where this place is, Mustadika?
You can make a history check.
Mm-hmm.
As far as sun goes, you're talking about like an actual star, right?
Yeah.
11.
Harrow, and Bill, you actually recognize. I would say, actually, well, make intelligence checks.
17.
17, not bad.
Oh, sorry. Wait, yeah, -1, 17. Yeah.
17.
That's
Harold?
an 8.
8. Okay. Harrow, not catching your attention. Bill, this is the same insignia that Des bore when you met her in the Ramshackle.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
That is the insignia of the Umbra Dawn.
I will reiterate that to the group.
Are there any mention of braces in that book?
There are mention of bracers.
What does it say?
They were created by Corellian, as a ward and a guiding light for the individuals that championed him.
Does it give a description?
They are kind of like platinum and spiraling, but it's like not a whole lot of like detail is listed about them.
Does it say what they do?
What?
I would say, Harold, make a religion check.
I was just seeing if it matched Obi's.
Mm-hmm.
Not doing hot.
Who's the author of this book?
9.
9. There is no author of this book. will say that, like, it's not obscure information. Just like Melora typically goes by the Wild Mother, so too does Corellian go by the moniker of the Arkheart.
The Arkheart?
Is the land that the secret keeper is in? I rolled. You told me to roll to see if I knew where the land was, but we never said.
Yeah. What did you roll? History.
I don't recall.
Wasn't it like a 17?
No, that was my intel check.
Oh, okay.
You told me to do history, and then you told me to do like an intel check right after, and I forgot what my history was.
Yeah, I think you specified intel. I think you changed your mind. So if you want him to roll history, I think he has to roll that. Because he only rolled one.
Yeah, if you want to roll a history check.
Okay. Oh no, I did. I used my inspiration to re-roll it, and I got like an 8.
Oh, okay. You have never heard of this place.
Is this an old book?
Fairly old, yeah. Kind of tattered and worn.
I'd like to check the lining of the front and back cover for a map.
Okay. And you find none. Despite your like kind of gentle ripping, there doesn't appear to be any passages or anything that are like squirreled away within. Or if they were, they've most likely probably been long gone.
So is there any other descriptors for the braces of Cerulean?
Not particularly.
Is there any type of imagery that is associated with the Arkheart?
In what way?
Like iconography, like depictions, like art, something recognizable.
Pretty much anything that we could give credence that this one bracelet that Levi currently has is related. You know, I'm kind of hoping that since we're now friends of the Solarians, they'll actually go through with finding my arm.
Make a, I guess. Are you looking on your bracers, or are you, like, just trying to recall from...
I think it's a comparison between what the book's description is and Levi's bracer.
Okay.
Yeah. I still have one of them with me.
I would say history or religion, your choice.
Oh, I'm gonna go with history. It's the same either way. That's a 4.
Oaks, were you saying something?
I was gonna ask if I could give her advantage since I'm actively assisting her.
Or you can roll for yourself. I mean, she already rolled, so I would say roll for yourself.
Okay, because I'm not doing too hot, because, -2.
Oh.
It has to be better
not
than
too
4.
bad. Final total 17. Rolled 19.
17, not too bad. There is, like, the symbol and iconography, like, most associated with Corellin is the there's like a twisted 4-pointed like star with like opposed double-sided moons that kind of like they're butted up against one another, like double-sided or like a double-sided crescent moon.
And that does not match his bracers.
Do you look?
I absolutely do look.
They're doing it together, so yeah.
That icon is 100% on those bracers.
Hero just pats Levi on the back. Well, you can always do Dimension Door again.
I want my arm back. That may end up being what happens.
I mean,
Lance, I may require your assistance.
Do whatever I can, man. I'll lend you a hand.
and then just complete metagaming. Whoever you had the vision with could have been Grillian.
Maybe. Not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. It's like, hey, you had my bracers, but then you got your arm shot off. What the fuck, dude?
Speaking as a man who has been previously torn between multiple deities, not a great thing.
Runs in the family.
Exactly. What is it with the lineage that gods just fucking love us? Hilarious.
Pin cushions, man. Pin cushions.
Yeah.
Alright, so you get your arm back. We've got at least one of these artifacts. Go from there.
About good as place as any.
So, what do you want to do?
Well, if we can, I would definitely love to drag Lance with you back to Bosk.
Try to recover your arm.
I'm game.
I also would like to go back to Bosk.
Okay.
Before we do all that, I would like to take 2,000 gold out and get myself Quick Mail +1. And
you're gonna get the plate. Okay.
yeah, in the process, try to sell my Split Mail +1 and a Great. So, if you want to deduct that from the price, or if you think I can get a better price at Boss for selling this stuff, however you want to do it, but that's the plan. Sell one greatsword and my split mail and get that.
And it's just a standard greatsword.
Standard greatsword, yeah, but it's split
so
mail
you
+1.
probably get what, like 30 gold back.
Something like that. Yeah.
For
the
your
split
sword.
mail is the one that I don't know.
I mean, I'll take it if you wanna.
Do you not have the equivalent?
I just got split.
All right, well, I'll give him my split mail +1 and then try to sell the just regular splint.
The splint. Okay,
and
so
I think that's like
probably
500 gold or something for regular splint.
No, it's 200. So I'd say you're probably able to sell it back for like
50 or something.
I would say like 120.
All right, so 170 off 2,000.
Yeah.
All right. So Mike, would you please take 1830 out of the coffers? That's the words, not 18030. That doesn't make sense.
Adam, to be honest, I was exactly following along the lines of that. Like 18030, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense.
18030.
Yeah. So Dagan, add that to yours.
Is split mail +1 just in the normal inventory?
It should be, yeah.
Yeah. Manage inventory, add item.
If you search it.
And make sure you're checking the magical.
Oh, okay.
And you may have to type in splint.
That's well, I can return you to Bosk. We can take the portal back.
Oh, here we go.
But you can't take the book. The book has to stay.
Can we read any more about the bracers that are listed, like what they do or no?
There's not like a whole lot of information about any of the items. Like the biggest takeaway from it is that there are these items, but each time that like they have recurred through history, they have manifested differently. Like the ones that have come, some have been supposedly lost to time, either through destroyed in that battle, or in battle since, or have, just long since been missing. Like theorize that some of them might be even in like the like that they're not just scattered and lost across the material plane, across the various continents, that they're like, maybe somewhere else, like hidden in another plane or elsewhere. It's not, it isn't so simple like as like, oh, they're here or whatever. Like there seems to be a lot of conflicting information about.
Here's a book that tells you exactly where the most powerful
Yeah,
artifacts are
it's
that
like
have been lost to time.
like it talks about like just various champions, like some of the names that have been listed like through there, that like some like that have championed some of these items for good, or battles that they've fought, or when they've died, or sometimes even these items have found themselves corrupted by greater forces. So it's more like you kind of start, I would say, more than anything, you kind of start to put the pieces together that Levi's bracers are anything but normal. But kind of beyond that, and what powers, like the only thing that it really does go into is that depending on how long it has been wielded, they can even revert back into just mundane, like seemingly mundane items, which makes it difficult for people to find them. Obviously, they like it seems to be kind of like pure happenstance for a lot of these things.
Within like research and stuff, does it show that these items give off more of a presence if somebody's like searching for magical items or something like that? Like,
they
will they
can,
stand out?
but they can, but it depends. If like I would say like some of the research that's gone into it is that sometimes these items appear like non-magical or mundane in appearance, and do nothing. It depends on when they were last used, or even specific properties about them like can cause like it to be difficult.
Gotcha.
To like there is no like, oh, we got one. Like it's like it seems to be very hard, and there's a lot of theories about how to even ascertain that these are other than like timing.
So they're pretty obscured when it comes to recognizing them.
Yeah, and even beyond that, it's even like more obscure that like as these items supposedly like regain their power, not only can they manifest in different ways, but the ways in which these powers are unlocked is also different for each one.
Gotcha. So you might have like a completely mundane staff, and then if you use it correctly, it turns into a great weapon kind of shit?
Pretty much.
Gotcha. Okie dokie. Unless anybody else has anything to do, I think we're heading back. Look for somebody's missing arm.
All right. So you, easy enough, with Rami leading the way, take you back to Bosk, and leave the treehouse behind. And what are you gonna do now?
I'm gonna go back to the ship and start casting.
I think Levi and I and whoever would like to join us are going to go to the butcher's site.
You're going to go to the ship and do what now?
Start casting Hallow.
I thought you said fasting. I want to start
That's
fasting.
what I thought.
That too.
Okay. What is that?
I'll help Levi look for that. All hands on deck.
When we get there, cast locate object on
That's
the
exactly
same
what I'm
razor.
doing, man. That's exactly why I want you.
It's gonna show you the closest one.
No. The way that it says is basically like items. So it doesn't have to be the exact same thing. So let's locate object. So it says locate specific items you know as long as you have seen them within close feet. Alternatively, locate the nearest item of a particular kind, such as blah blah blah.
Okay.
So like knowing his racer, I could be like, just find me the other one, and it'll send me exactly where that one is. Obi, I'm glad that I caught on to that.
Right. That's a lot of stuff. And what exactly are you? Which portion of this
I'm doing
effect?
extra dimensional interference. And we're doing it on demons and devils and dragons if I can.
Let's see. Spell, blah blah blah.
Or I will do anybody that follows fuck, what's the
Tiamat, Vecna, Lindworm.
the Lindworm?
The Lindworm was a thing of Vecna.
You can designate. Okay, so Celestials, Elemental, Fae, Fiends, and Undead can't enter the area. Okay. And anybody who is a follower of the Lindworm is
So I will not
to...
choose Celestials. I will allow Celestials in.
What about undead?
Yeah, what about undead?
Levi's not really undead.
You quickly find out that Levi cannot enter his own ship.
I will exclude undead from that then. Can I make like a carve out for Levi?
Unfortunately, no. It is not so specific.
So we'll do Celestials, Elementals. Or
Oh, you
Celestials
can
are
exclude
allowed.
one or more of those types. Okay.
Yeah.
So
So we'll
Celestials
say
and
Elementals, Fae, and Fiends cannot enter.
Okay. Let's see.
And any followers of the Lindworm cannot do extra dimensional teleportation onto the ship.
Okay.
Or out of the ship.
Okay. All right, so they just can't teleport. Okay, good to know. Good to know. And then Lance was going to locate object. And then it does it say, well, of a type? I think you know the direction. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, like, knowing his bracer, I can locate the other one.
All right.
Also, add an image of or fuck, what was your armor's name? I can't think of it right now.
Torgoth,
thank you. Torgoth, like, trying to reach you and, like, running into, like, an invisible wall onto the ship. That just made me laugh.
Yep, he's not allowed on the ship anymore, unfortunately. Oh no, well, no, because
he's a fiend.
He's a fiend. Yeah, he's not allowed on. He could teleport into the area, but he can't enter the area.
Yeah.
So. He also can't possess anybody on the ship.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. But man, that is a serious fucking spell cost.
1,000 gold.
1,000 gold worth of materials. Gary just lighting incense and crushing gems, like throwing crushed gem powder.
No. I'm taking all of the drugs that Rami brings me, mixing it with some of the demon's blood, and then pouring in all of my remaining weed that I still had, and and then
All
adding
right.
like a bunch of crushed gemstones into that, and making a little pyre on the deck of the ship.
Okay. A little ever burning pyre of magical goodies. Rami does nothing like super illicit, but gets you some weed.
That's good enough.
Yeah. So you do sense the other bracer. What is that, about
100
80
feet.
feet down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of adjacent to one of the caved in areas where there's
how
like
are
now a
they-
dimple in the ground.
How are they excavating the site? Just like
With
people
shovels.
like taking rocks?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright. 26. Because I cast Yggdrasil's gift and I get advantage on my strength rolls with a 26, I'm just gonna start fucking hurling rocks, trying to get down there. Just
All right.
fucking hulking out, getting the shit out of the way.
All right, you're just trying to tunnel straight down.
Yeah.
Okay, you make good progress. It is still tiring. And who else is with you? Just Levi?
Bill and Levi.
Bill. Okay, Harold, what are you doing?
I am not very useful in this situation, so I guess I'd be like wrangling kobolds.
I mean,
Okay.
theoretically, if we had
Just
small
babysitting
spaces to
them.
crawl in.
All right. You're like sitting there just shoveling, like digging with your hands, just tearing. Like you make pretty good progress. Like you're doing the work of like 4 other people, just by yourself at a breakneck speed. So it's like you just shoveling. You're all just like kind of standing there, like Bill and Levi standing over there. Watching Lance dig away, like trying to assist when you can. There's a kind of nearby and a flash, and you hear, "What are you doing, darling?" As Zydak is now appearing in the space, kind of above the hole that you're digging. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Goddamn I just want to point out that Ralph was also like taking little chunks of rocks and just like tossing behind his shoulders, but like half the time they just fall back into the hole, so he's not doing much. Fuck, Kyle! I roll like a 6 to call her the first time, and now when I'm all hulked out, she fucking just comes up. She's like, "Wow, look at this sweaty fucking hot dude."
Yeah, she decided to show up when it was convenient for her, not when you wanted.
That makes
We're
sense.
persuasive enough.
I like a
You don't
powerfully
call her
strong
booty
woman.
calls, she calls.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah, so that's that. Just we'll see what happens next week. Anyways, bye.
Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.